So yeah, before I start talking about this, I would like to talk about the thing that I actually just tweeted about regarding the just to comment on it. Okay. So if we look at this, all right, probably without being a Malaysian yourself, if anyone is not Malaysian, you probably have no idea what this means. What happened with this VTuber? Basically, as what this mutual of mine says, that when people went into their stream, or I'm not sure, into their stream, they simply just made a comment that they guessed, someone in chat guessed like their which ethnicity they were. So it's kind of, from what I can tell, it's based on how the VTuber was speaking, and because of that they made that comment. But the way they said it is like you could say it's condescending in a way, because I believe this person was maybe speaking English but wasn't speaking very well or very fluently, but because of maybe from a strong accent or something like that, they made a comment that this person was from the Malay ethnicity. Checking for the seminar, right? Nighttime seminar reminds me of uni. Hey, LB! I can do a shout out. Okay, can do a shout out. How are you, LB? But yeah, seminar? Wait. Oh yeah, live seminar. Why am I thinking? So yeah, this thing is actually quite prevalent. It's something that should be addressed. So I did address it just before I started streaming. But suffice to say, I don't think VTubers, anyone that is watching a VTuber, the focus shouldn't be on who they are, as in the person behind the VTuber model or the VTuber persona, as I always say that, because as a reason why we don't make content, we don't stream with our real faces, many reasons, but one of it is, yeah, we don't want to identify ourselves in a specific ethnicity or a specific nationality, or based on like a lot of things human naturally or instinctively do is judge people based on how they look, right? So the phrase is what? Judge people, don't judge a book by its cover. So it applies over here as well, all right? But quite literally. Thank you. I just had dinner, gonna play some games while listening to this. I see. All right. What game you are playing? Are you going to play Apex or something? Because I think earlier you were playing Apex, but I guess not. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, people, most of the community understands this, right? Understand that when a VTuber, why VTubers exist, many reasons, right? One of it is being they can be anonymous and Streamloads for me. Oh, I forgot to do that thing. So if I do it now, you have to watch ads. If I don't do it, how should I solve this? Maybe before I talk about the community guidelines, I'll put on a 3-minute ads, okay? Just to warn you, I'll put on the 3-minute ads, but after that, there shouldn't be any ads at all. Okay, you should be adding ads for the entire what you call live seminar, right? So you have a uninterrupted experience of the entire live seminar, right? So apologies if you're going to. What? What did you do? No, no, no. We haven't gotten to know each other more, you know? You shouldn't just we should get to know each other more before, you know, we do anything for each other. That's how, you know, we get to we become friends, you know, and all that stuff. Thank you for subscribing. But yeah, but in any case, for the ones I'm not telling you to subscribe, okay? Anyone that hasn't subscribed yet, I'm not telling you to subscribe. I'm just saying, I'm trying to accommodate you, all right? So, but that to accommodate you, there will be ad for 3 minutes, but I won't do anything during those 3 minutes, okay? Maybe just chit chat or something, but there won't be anything important of note to talk that you will miss out. But in any case, a little bit more on this thing about VTubers, why VTubers don't talk about, or at least most VTubers don't talk about where they came from, who are they in real life or anything like that. I could say I'm the exception, really. Exception because of I present myself as a I declare to everyone, or I pronounce to everyone. Well, I'll tell people that I'm a real lawyer. So I have to provide some sort of a credibility for it, right? So I have to mention where, how I became a lawyer, where I'm from, what my expertise are on, when I'm saying when I practice law. So all that stuff I have to mention. So I would say I'm the exception over here. But for most VTubers, they the purpose why they are VTuber, the purpose being is why they are VTuber is because they don't want people to know where they come from or where exactly they live, in which country, or anything. Hopefully, really, and be able to express themselves however they like. Right? Why so far I like it here and when you appear in others' chat? Wait, what? Did I miss something? Oh, why so far I like it here? Oh, here, as in here, not listening when you appear in others' chat. I see. My brain doesn't work today. No problem. I guessed what you were talking about. So yeah, how do I say this? Unfortunately, Malaysians. I'm gonna preface this. Not all Malaysians are bad or anything like that, but because I'm in Malaysia, it's inevitable that I how do you say, encounter or experience or involve in how I perceive the VTuber Malaysian community as being problematic. A lot of things are problematic. If, let's say, a VTuber community, both the audience as well as the streamer, if they are within the community and it's established that community is for Malaysians only, the thing about this sort of a group, a social group, is that because it's a group exclusively for Malaysians, for a singular national for a single country, you will actually attract people who are very nationalistic or you could also say not just very nationalistic, but also very narrow-minded in certain aspects. So, for example, I'm not sure if this is pervasive in other countries, but when you go into a community where it's specifically for Malaysians, they exhibit certain xenophobic views on certain things, right? For example, they might talk about things like how other countries are not doing something that is doing something that is similar to us. Maybe they are cooking, maybe they talk about local dishes, but they will always like this on other countries who make similar dishes, but always like say, nah, Malaysians are better or something like that. Or things like whether that's one thing. The other issue would be if we focusing on VTubers, all right, is how they are very, very strongly opinionated in regards who are considered Malaysian VTubers and who aren't considered Malaysian VTubers. So that's something that actually pops up very often when I'm having, you could say, having private conversations with people, with other Malaysian VTubers. There's always this problem of not problem, more of a worry, a fear by Malaysian VTubers that they don't fit in to the definition of Malaysian VTuber. Like a lot of things, a lot of different things would make these sort of people, the people that are very nationalistic, ostracize or discriminate VTubers that are actually Malaysian VTubers, but because they don't quote unquote exhibit traits of Malaysians, they are discriminated. For example, maybe they aren't living in Malaysia, right? That's number one thing. If they aren't living in Malaysia, they don't. Some of the audience will be like, you're not from Malaysia. You're living in somewhere else, or your parents are Malaysian, but you're like actually a citizen of a different country, and people would judge you by that. So that's a lot of its problem. And there's the other thing about not sounding like Malaysian or not doing things like Malaysian. So that's one thing. So the voice thing, right? People often talk about is, oh, you don't sound Malaysian, or either you don't sound Malaysian, and they give the reason being, it's because you're westernized or something. You have Western views. That's another thing. It's mixing together. You have quote unquote Western views. You don't really have quote unquote Malaysians in mind first. You are like focused more on the Western countries or something like that. It's very weird. It's a very weird nationalistic, xenophobic kind of mindset that majority of the time I've only seen witness it by my own people, unfortunately. Daya Bear said, I talk with people about their in real life and who they are pretty often, but this just happens over time without asking for it. Yeah, I would say if the streamer, right? If the streamer talks about it, then it's fine. A lot of times, right? Sensitive topics or anything like that regarding their real life, regarding religion, regarding political views or anything, you only start talking about them at least for the audience, right? You only start talking about it when the streamers themselves initiate it. But of course, you really have to gauge it. Really have to gauge the vibe of the stream, whether it is something you should really talk about in depth, or just, you know, talk about it in passing by, just a casual mention of it. So really, even though I say you shouldn't be talking about these things, but there are exceptions, and the exception is if the streamers are comfortable with it. Also, hello Rishi, give you a shout out. You're streaming soon? Normally you're streaming around this time, right? But yeah, welcome. How are you? You doing good? So VTuber in particular, I would say specifically VTubers. It's strongly about VTubers, because when you look at me, right, when you look at this VTuber model, or when you look at other VTubers, would you be thinking about where are they from, really? I mean, maybe at the back of your mind, but would that be your first consideration? For me, my first consideration wouldn't be where they are from, unless they've said it somewhere in their channel, in their profile or anything. My first consideration is just how they sound like, what's their personality, what they stream, what they talk about, all those stuff. Really, I don't really care where they're from, right? As long as I understand them, we get along. If I interact with them, it's all that matters. Hello, now today is lazy day. It's fun trying to guess where their accent is from, but no, it's not the biggest factor. A lot of times when you listen to VTubers, you might be thinking they're from certain countries, but no. A lot of times I'm like, oh, I guessed wrong, because a lot of people who speak fluent English, they don't have any accent that is kind of local. You might have a vague sense of, like, maybe they're from Asia, or maybe they're from Europe, or somewhere in Africa, maybe. But you have no idea. You have no idea where they're actually from until they tell you. Like, I've heard a lot of VTubers who speak very fluent English. I just assumed they were from United States because they sounded very American to me. But no, they're not from They're not from the United States. They're either a lot of Filipinos speak very fluent English. This is among my mutuals as well, and some Europeans. European VTubers sound very American as well. But yeah, of course, it's not everyone's going to be like that. But then again, accents is accents, right? It's not really important. Also, hello, Lady Infel. Nice saw you drop by. How are you? Doing good? Need more sleep? Wait, let me go back. Oh, there's a lot of text. But I need to admit, even though it doesn't change anything, I feel flustered when a streamer tells me stuff like their names or where they live. Just because I feel honored they trust me that much. I mean, that's up to them to decide whether they want to talk about their own personal life. I think I've talked about this. Is it okay for people to divulge personal information about themselves? And I think maybe it's one of you. I'm not sure, but I did tell people that there's nothing wrong. It's not against community guidelines for you yourself to share your own personal life or anything like that in regards to where you live or who you are and where you're studying, because you are doing it willingly, you're doing it voluntarily, no one's forcing you to do it. It's not how do you say shared without consent. consent by people. If you call me Intel just now, I'm what? No, Infel, right? Infel, correct? Just resting from work. Ah, I see. Wait, resting from work? You're working now? Oh. What? Well, I'm not sure. It's nighttime though. But yeah, anyways, hope we are resting good and not working too hard. I mean, commission is considered work. Ah, I see. Commission work. Well, it's good work. It's good work. It's at least for me. When I do commission work, it's something I do and I actually like. I actually like doing. If I do, I don't have. I haven't gotten a lot of commissions, but I do a lot of giveaway commissions. So something I really like to do in that case. Makes people happy. But yeah, going back to this thing. So yeah, in essence, this is more of a VTuber's sort of etiquette, and you have to be mindful of. Is VTubers aren't showing their face. Most of VTubers aren't showing their face is because for many reasons, right? One is because the main reason is being they don't want to be judged. We don't want to be judged through how we look, whether we look attractive or not, whether we look like how do I say this? Look like anime characters or not, it doesn't matter. Because that's the thing, we want to do the things that we like, we want to talk about things that we like without people like either simping for us because of how we look, or getting judged because of how we look, or and where we are from just basing on how we look, right? Whether because of our skin tone. We don't want that. We don't want that sort of a, even if people don't talk about it, right? We don't want that to be at the back of our mind, be thinking like, oh, are these people coming here just because of how I look or anything like that? It's more towards my personality and such. So that's one thing, right? The other thing is we are able to express ourselves however we like, right? Whatever gender we identify with, whatever sexuality we identify with, whatever the things we support, right, is not going to be judged, or it's not going to be how to say endanger our lives. Most importantly, right? When we are like supporting of certain issues, if let's say we are supporting certain issues as ourselves, as our in real life self, people might recognize who we are, know who we are, our real names and such. They might dox us, all right? That's one thing, or threaten us, or put our lives in danger just because of certain views we have put forth in public. So that's something that is very, very problematic for within the Malaysian community as well. If people found out who you are, who you really are, where you live, and you actually like, for example, support a lot of openly support the LGBTQIA plus community, your life is going to be a problem if eventually your platform, your channel, your content creation grows to a certain extent. A lot more people would know you, and the thing is, yeah, the more people know you, the more likely you're gonna also attract people who are against you because of your views, and you're gonna attract those sort of people that would endanger your life. So that's one of the very important reasons why VTubers don't show their faces, don't tell them where they're from. So that's one thing. I dislike when people didn't respect the VTuber, especially their personal life, such as love, etc. That's one thing. Has always been a problem. But more specifically, a problem that originated because I would say originate. It's mostly from the Hololive or Nijisanji, all those professional VTuber groups, community, the fans over there. Is the most common problem because of how VTubers are that are in a company, working in a company is like. But yeah, hopefully things have been getting better. From what I can tell, the companies are taking a lot more measures, are supporting the VTubers in a lot more ways, fighting against the fans. So yeah. At least the fans that are very toxic. One VTuber surprised me lately and just told me everything about their love life. Woke up, looked at my phone, and there was a massive love story. Well, first I would say there shouldn't be any problem. It really depends. It really depends. VTubers. I think the people. The longer the more people that become VTubers, the more likely you're going to experience is that or realize that there are all types of people. There are many different types of people that are VTubers now, right? Maybe at the beginning, when there was just what's her name? Crap. Anyhow, like the famous VTubers like Nijisanji or Hololive, maybe during that time, there's only one type of VTubers, and those VTubers mostly focus on role-playing their characters, right? Role-playing their characters, just focus on the how their personality is like and their interests are, and nothing really about their personal life. But the more VTubers that you see, you watch, or at least the indie VTubers, the VTubers like myself, are not part of any group or under any company, you're most likely going to see that they are very open about talking about their own life. Like myself, I'm very open about talking about my past relationships, how I view friends, what my political views are, my religious views are, all that stuff. As opposed to maybe Ura, I think that's the name, the shark girl, wouldn't probably talk about these things because of legal reasons, maybe contractual reasons that they can't talk about these things because it's sensitive or controversial. But honestly, up until now, I don't know what group I stand actually. Oh, actually, a lot of VTuber get this issue, only the one in co-op. Are you referring? I don't exactly know what you're referring to. Are you part of a group? Like me too? But yeah, like us, we at least when you like search through or you explore through small VTubers like us here, chances are we're gonna spill the beans about our life compared to the more famous ones. Like I'm indie and I'm open to my private life. But yeah, that's unfortunately going back just to end this is my suggestion, at least for VTubers or anyone that is within the VTuber community, is to not focus on where you're from, what your ethnicity is, and what country you came from, because it attracts a lot of problematic people that might go into your community, as we have witnessed here, right? It attracts people who are like critical of certain things, of how the VTubers identify themselves, right? If for example, when you put in in your profile that you're a Malaysian VTuber, right? It's fine. You want to identify as a Malaysian VTuber, but you're gonna have to be aware, right? That you're gonna attract people who are specifically looking for Malaysian VTubers, and there will be some people who have quote unquote strict requirements or strict criterias as to who is a Malaysian VTuber, right? And if you don't fit those criterias, they're gonna make all sort of weird, uncomfortable comments about you, and yeah, so it's something that you have to be aware of, you have to be careful of, at least. So yeah. I think in my profile I don't identify as a Malaysian VTuber. I just say I'm an English VTuber, as in I speak English. So quite literally nothing over here tells you that I'm from Malaysia. So that's one thing. I think that's the thing I like about small VTubers too. Topics like that are helping me to get to know them faster, of course. And I like talking to them. Not possible with bigger VTubers, but like I say, never really ask for that. True. Small VTubers are more likely to interact with each other among peers. For better or worse, eventually one of us is going to someday in the future, some of us is going to grow big, right? We're might get like partnership even. So the thing is, Albie, there wasn't Albie. But Albie, I know you've been having like troubles with friends and such. I would say don't think too hard on it, all right? Don't think too hard. Don't how I say, I wouldn't say obsess. I would say don't put yourself in a situation where if people hurt you, then like you can't stand anymore. Am I making myself clear or understandable? Am I explaining myself clearly? Is that what I'm trying to say? Because that's social media. It's really the social media's kind of pros and cons. Pros is it's very easy to interact with people. It's very easy to befriend with people and such. But the con is it's social media. It's the internet. It's very easy for people to move on, so to speak. Especially if you have no real life connections with the friends that you make in the internet. It's very, very easy for everyone to drift apart, right? Maybe this time you're the best of the best friend. You talk every day. You talk about everything with each other. But sooner or later, someday in the you're gonna drift apart. Everyone's gonna drift apart. Our friends are going to drift apart, whether completely or partially. It's going to happen, right? As far at least as my experience. At least that's my experience. I should look for more VTubers in my area because it would be better for my sleep schedule. But I always end up meeting nice people from everywhere and say, What time is it for you, Diabear? I hope it's not too late. Anyhow, so yeah, that's about it for that one. 3 p.m. Oh goodness. It's a long time. Oh wait, that's not another. What am I talking about? 3 p.m. is not late. Not late at all. Unless you're referring to 3 a.m. But yeah, I mean, right now, if you meet, I would say that if that's the case, if you want to like make more VTuber friends, around this time zone is around this time, there's a lot of VTubers that I know at least stream, because I know a lot of Malaysian VTubers as well as other Southeast Asian VTubers as well. So yeah, if let's say they are right now is 3, and what would be midnight for you? Midnight for you would be 3, 9, 9. What is 12, 7? Midnight for you would be my early morning. So I don't think you would have a problem if you went on how do you say watching me stream, or watching LB stream, or anyone. You're most likely not going to be having weird sleep schedules, unless you're watching people stream from the United States. Yeah, at least I know that from people from the United States, they stream at times in my morning time, for me at least. And I'm not a morning person, unfortunately. I only occasionally manage to catch some of them stream. So yeah, before you, that's midnight, so that's a problem as well. But anyhow, as I said, I will how to say initiate a 3 minutes ad so that the rest of the community guidelines live seminar won't be interrupted. Okay, so for those that aren't subscribed, you may tune out, watch other people stream for now as I do this. Okay, and yeah, after 3 minutes you can come back and I'll talk about the community guidelines then. Right about, wait for it, wait for it. Somebody asked questions in my telonym. Okay, 13 days ago. Why have I haven't checked telonym for 13 days. Oh, that's long. Anyhow, I'm going to start this ad now. Okay. Well, there's going to be an ad 18 minutes from now. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Okay, so I'm going to check back again on the so some of you are probably watching ads right now, so okay, just gonna answer these questions. I'm not going to answer this question. This sounds condescending to me, because I don't think my name is how do you say rare. Even there are famous people named Jake, okay? Okay, someone asked me if I eat salad. How often do I eat salad? I can tell you, once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. The closest thing I've eaten a salad is Subway. it's a lot of vegetable, right? Proud of you. I'm a meat person. I eat a lot of meat. But then again, even though I eat a lot of meat, I poop very well. I poop very well. Yeah, so community guidelines. Let's wait. There's like 2 minutes more. Oh man, 3 minutes is long, isn't it? It's like it feels like an eternity. Boom, 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 boom. Me too. I had the pleasure to eat tomahawk steak. Oh, lately, and now I can't forget it anymore. How nice. One of my favorite food. My favorite kind of food is steak as well. But yeah, actually even then I rarely have steak because very expensive. Only have it in during special occasions. But tomahawk steak, I'm guessing it can only mean beef, right? You had beef. So is the music really low? Yeah, music is really low. Let's just pump it up a bit. Right. Nice. I like my favorite kind of meat as well, beef. But maybe it's because I rarely have beef. So whenever I do have beef, it's always nice. Well, that's it. Well, you could say, yeah, I could say that. Even though I have McDonald's just yesterday, McDonald's beef patty isn't really beef, I would say. It's a different kind of taste at yeah, it's totally different kind of taste. McDonald's beef patties. Okay. Boom boom boom. All right, and it's almost gone. All right, so for the next 6 hours there won't be any ads. Cool, good. You prefer Burger King? Burger King, but Burger King would be more expensive. Yeah, more expensive than McDonald's at least. But the portion is much bigger, so I understand. Anyhow, so since I think there's no ads anymore, right? Start talking about community guidelines now. All right. So if anyone has any questions about the community guidelines, feel free to ask. All right. Or if you have any other legal questions you want to ask, you may ask as well. Right. It can be contractual. It can be employment. It can be properties, it can be copyright, or anything in general. All right, you can ask. I'll try to answer them. And this during this time, the live seminar is the best time to answer, to have this discussion, have these questions asked and all that. But yeah, for the main topic, main dish is community guidelines. So to anyone who doesn't read any legal documents at all, at least in the internet, community guidelines is one of the agreements, actually, or one of the documents that is legally binding on anyone that uses Twitch's services. So anyone that is watching me stream or streaming, like myself, is bound by these community guidelines, legally bound by these community guidelines. They are not persuasive or anything like that. They are not just simply a sort of a moral guideline, a suggestion, I think. No, these things, if you violate them, you will be quote unquote punished, right? There's all sort of things they can do to punish you, right? But we'll get into that later a bit. Why are community guidelines legally binding? Maybe you might have that question in your mind, but essentially the reason being is that it's part of the terms of service. All right, let me just open this up quickly and show you the terms of service. So I've actually gone through this before, but so terms of service, Twitch's terms of service is actually the main thing you should read in terms of Twitch services and such. The first contract you want to read, the first agreement that you want to read about is this one. But of course, why I'm showing you this right now is because here they specifically say this: when using Twitch services, you will be subject to Twitch's community guidelines and additional guidelines or rules that are posted on the Twitch services. So basically over here, it immediately tells you that you are legally bound to follow all terms and conditions in terms of service, including anything that the terms of service has mentioned, has referred to, right? So what they have specifically mentioned, community guidelines, right? And that is why it's legally binding on you. And it would be considered a breach of contract. But of course, most of the consequence of a community guidelines violation is, bans and such. But yeah, so we now kind of know why we need to read this thing. I mean, it's a very, very, very long page. There's a lot of words, but I guarantee you, when you start reading it, it's like reading. That's the thing. I'm not sure other countries have it. Maybe you do have it. As in school, right? Does the school teach you the subject of morals or morality? Of course, in our country, in Malaysia, we do have that, but it's specifically based on that in very general, but also like based on religions and such, what is right to do and what's wrong to do, and adding a little bit of national patriotism. Yeah, that's what you call it. Adding a little patriotism in it, as in why you should protect your country or sacrifice for your country and all that stuff. So that's a moral subject for me. At least school try that. Yeah. So you're saying you do have it over there, Dia Bear? But anyways, so community guidelines is something like that. It's something of, you could quite literally say it is a practical document for you actually to read. If you don't read terms of service, fine, right? There's a lot of technical terms and stuff. But reading community guidelines actually would help you with life in general. right? Because the things that they talk about, the things that like you can't do, you can't do, or you can do with limitations, is really relevant, is applicable to a lot of different situations, in different social situations, right? So quite practical to read through all these things. But of course, if you have any modicum of rationality or decency as a human being, you probably would recognize all these things, or all the things that the community guidelines would talk about. Oh, my English bad today. No problem. Oh, you have? At least schools are trying to do that. Yeah. So yeah, I assume most countries have something like that, which they teach as a subject, but probably not to this extent, really. From what I can recall decades ago, school only taught me in terms of what religion there was in Malaysia. That was our moral subject. What religions were there, and what the religions were all about, and also in general, for anyone that is not, we have you can say we have a separate moral subject. One is for anyone that is not of the Islamic faith, and everyone else would study the same subject. So anyone that is anyone that is a Muslim will be learning will not learn moral subject, but they would actually just learn the Islamic religion in school. So for me, I learned the moral subjects, and yes, so they were like, man, my memory is very, very, very blur on this, very very vague. But I do remember things like, it's good to follow laws, good to be safe, take care of your elderly, and respect your adults, your parents, take care of your siblings, something like that, and just in general, be a kind person. But yeah, thinking about it right now, I don't think it really helps. Having this subject doesn't really help you in a practical sense of being a good person, really, because the things that they teach about is very, very generic. It's like helping elderly cross the road, or giving the elderly or the disabled people the places to sit in a public transport, that kind of thing. 3 rules to success: be kind, and then what is that word that has been censored? I have no idea. But hello, Space. How are you? You doing good? We're talking about community guidelines. So back to the community guidelines. Something had changed over in this document. I will go through it. I'm not sure how I can go through it quickly, because I have to read the entire thing to see whether there's anything has changed. But yeah, if there's anything that you're confused, anything that you don't understand, feel free to ask. All right. Wait, what did it censor? Oh, I have no idea. I couldn't read. I couldn't read it. Maybe the number 3. They censored number 3. You couldn't write 3 for some reason. Anyhow, so let's start reading the first paragraphs of this legal document. Introduction to safety on Twitch. Community is the heart of Twitch. From individual communities built by streamers and their viewers. To the Twitch community at large, the magic of Twitch comes from enjoying the things we love together. But before you can do what you do best, a very important prerequisite must be met: safety. Alright, I think this is new. I don't think when I read the community guidelines, they emphasize on quote unquote safety. Alright, in any case, safety is a foundation beneath streamers, moderators, and everyone in chat. We want to foster a community that supports and sustains streamers' ability to express themselves and provides a welcoming and entertaining.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate, Albie. So a lot of nice words before we start. Niceties. Free of illegal, harmful, and negative interactions. As a result, we take a layered approach to safety, one that combines the efforts of both Twitch and members of the community, working together globally to promote safety in real time. Right, so this one links to their transparency reports. Basically, I think every quarter of the year or something, they do a transparency report, either quarterly or half a year. I'm not sure what this means. Maybe it's first half of the year, something like that. So they talk about, they do all this system of moderation, of making sure there's nothing illegal or any sexually explicit stuff is shown, or any sort of discrimination, hate speech is shown. But yeah, I mean, I think that this is more for their investors or for their stakeholders or something to look at, rather than for us normal people, because it's full of charts, it's full of statistics and how they have been performing in terms of moderating their service. So yeah, that's something I don't think we really need to get into. Right. It starts with our community guidelines, which seek to balance user expression with community safety, and set expectations for the behavior that everyone on Twitch is expected to demonstrate. When we talk about harm, we mean actions that lead to physical, emotional, social, or financial damage or loss to our users or to society. So I can agree to a certain extent on this statement. Right. Oh, I can't highlight for some reason. What? Oh, I can highlight. Why can't I highlight with red? I want to highlight with red. Yeah, now I can highlight red. So, right. So why I say that is because how I have lived, all right, at least for the past few years, in my way of approaching life and approaching people is whatever I say or whatever I do with myself, I always consider, right, consciously consider whether my actions would actually help people or not, right? If they are not helping people, so then it's a matter of whether is it harmful for people then. So, and I've been very open about this, is my philosophy is in terms of speech, right? In terms of expression, I don't support like the absolute freedom of speech, right? There are things we can talk about. There are things you should have the right. We should have the freedom to talk about as much as we like. But there are certain things that freedom of speech brings with that is not good. That is very harmful. That has a lot of bad, not good consequences for the rest of society. So you could say I practice more of a responsibility of speech, right? Well, especially as a content creator, especially as a streamer, a VTuber, someone who is in a very small part of the public eye, So whatever I say and whatever I do might be seen by other people. Oh, I wouldn't say might. Definitely will be seen by someone, at least. So, and there's the other thing I keep emphasizing whenever I talk about community guidelines is why we have to listen, why we have to follow this is because our actions influence a lot of people. Our actions, the things that we say, the things that we do, we believe, we say, our views affects the people that are watching or reading or listening to me, right? A lot of people do recognize this, but it's not always in their mind. But why there can be groups of people that are very violent or very discriminative or very hateful. A large part of that reason is because the people that they admire, the people that they listen to, the people that they are respectful of or love or anything like that, or trust. So those people normally are the ones that have the most likelihood of being listened. And for example, maybe most definitely politicians, right? Celebrities of any kind, and any person that is quote unquote successful, right? Successful or wealthy for one reason or another, or famous for one reason or another. Those are the people that influence millions of people, and how they do and how they believe and how they react. And also religious people who are in high positions in the religious sectors, organizations, department, how do you want to refer to that. Case in point, Twitter. Twitter is the space for people to share all these views and such. So it's a tool, but essentially who uses the tool is more important, right? Like maybe you specifically, Space, you use Twitter, but you don't use it for anything, then really just following the people that you're interested. But some people use it to spread their philosophies, their beliefs, their faiths and such. So those people who do that is not there to just talk to themselves or anything. They are there to change people's minds or to influence people's mind. So the thing is, we don't really think about it, but their words, their statements, whatever, influences our behavior in one way or another, especially in regards to doing things that are either good for the people or bad or like harmful for the people, right? So I personally don't agree that a person can say anything they want, right? Without consequence. And I think that it's becoming more apparent during the past 2 years, right? Because of certain people's statements, certain people's encouragement, people have died, people have lost their lives, people have suffered a lot in health, as well as in finance, as well as emotionally and mentally, and physically, of course, right? This past 2 years has been very apparent with how words could affect society in massive, in substantial amount of people, right? For example, COVID, right? COVID misinformation has caused millions of people's deaths, right? if misinformation didn't spread like how it spread during the pandemic, a lot more people would be taking vaccines, a lot more people were taking precautions to avoid getting infected, to quarantine themselves. But because of misinformation, as well as quote unquote freedom of expression, or freedom of speech and such, the society wasn't working as a quote unquote, as a, what's the phrase, a well-oiled machine. So that caused so many problems just because of misinformation that is spread throughout social media as well as news platforms. Right, that's one thing. There's so many other things as well, but we'll move on. We'll talk about them as we read through the community guidelines, because this community guidelines is gonna touch on so many subjects, touch on so many different topics and issues. I've only managed to finish the Twitch's community guidelines in 2 sessions, so that is pretty long, right? But it is because while I'm reading it, I also talk a lot about how I try to relate all these things back to reality, right? So that it's not, these rules are there for a reason. It's not just for show and such. Okay? Anyhow, let's move on. These guidelines set the guardrails for what behavior is and is not allowed on our service. And we apply to all content on our service, including video, chat, whispers, and accounts. When we find someone has violated our community guidelines, we take actions that include removal of content, a warning, and or suspension of their account. We consider our community guidelines to be a living document, and we work with the streamers, mods, and external safety and policy experts to review and update them regularly. So about this actions, so they have a different page for it. We can talk a bit on the enforcement, but not much really. They don't really detail exactly anything about punishment enforcement, really, because but I do want to say they do mention some they did state something that I want people to consider, okay, which is when they would enforce things, right? So over here, they haven't changed it. Twitch says, we take a number of factors into consideration when we review reports of violations, including the intent, and context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. And then there's this sentence: depending on the nature of the violation, we take a range of actions, including a warning, temporary suspension, and for serious offenses, an indefinite suspension. So I have to highlight this one. Okay, so this is one of the first few things that I talk about the community guidelines. Twitch, I think only Twitch specifically talk about this or mentions this, is their enforcement is not from this sentence alone. You can say that Twitch enforcement is not equal, quote unquote equal. Because they say it here, including an intent and context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So we can say for certain, right, that maybe they are maybe some people who violate the community guidelines. It's very clear cut. We have all the evidence. We have all the proof to say they have violated it. But Twitch over here is saying they consider a number of factors, right? Not just if the thing has happened or not, but they look at the intent, they look at the context, right? And they look at the potential harm to the community and legal obligations and others. All that is well, right? We need to know whether the violation was actually intentional. Was it done to harm something, to harm someone? And in what's the context? Was the violation done because it was actually to harm someone, is to hurt someone, is to promote some hateful conduct or not? Or is it educational? Or is it a discussion? It's a debate or something like that. Now, suspension equal bans, or is a suspension one that has a timeline, i.e. suspension for X amount of days? Well, we'll talk about it soon, because down this page, they talk about it. But ban is the same as suspension. They don't use the word ban. I think ban is more of a how do you say, informal word for suspension. So that's why they use suspension instead. But yeah, so we look at the things that they will actually do if you violate the community guidelines. So here we have warnings. A warning is a courtesy notice for some violations. We may also remove content associated with the violation. Repeating a violation you have already been warned for, or committing a similar violation, will result in a suspension. So warning here simply means they actually didn't warn you, they give you a notice. But the other thing is they also might delete whatever content you have put up in Twitch. But these things, all right, these enforcements is, they don't, as far as I remember, they don't specify which violations would result in this sort of enforcement, in this sort of punishment per se. Right now there's suspension. So we have two types of suspension. The first is temporary suspension. Temporary suspension range from 1 to 30 days. After the suspension is complete, you will be able to use our services once again. We keep a record of past violations, and multiple suspensions over time can lead to an indefinite suspension. Right, so they use the indefinite suspension. So you have to be actually clear on this. We actually have to understand what this means. For the most serious offenses, we will immediately and indefinitely suspend your account with no opportunity to appeal. Please note the following in regard to suspensions. If you receive a suspension of 30 days or longer, any subscriptions you may have will not renew. You may reactivate them when your account is reinstated. After the suspension duration is complete, expect your follow account to be low and recover within the following hours. So there's things that happens when you get suspended, but they don't really get into details. But what we can tell over here is temporary one could be a few days. This is the most common one, where they temporarily suspend you, right? At least the ones that you hear news about it, right? Like the famous partners, Twitch partners getting into trouble, and then you see that they get banned for one or a couple days or several days. This is the most common thing that they do. At least the most famous things that you actually find out about. All right. But the rather thing that happens is indefinite suspension. Right. So indefinite suspension means permanent, kind of. You might think that it's permanent, but it's not really permanent. It kind of tells you that it's a ban without a time limit, is what that means. It's not permanent. It's more like you're banned, you're suspended, but for how long? It's not decided. It's not confirmed, right? And even though here they say for the most serious offenses, we will immediately and definitely suspend your account with no opportunity to appeal. So this one, I'm not so sure whether they don't give a opportunity to appear accurately, right? Maybe they don't. I am not sure. But you have to consider all the things, all right? Always consider a bit here, back here, including intent and context, the potential harm to the community, legal obligations, and others. So the other thing why I highlight this is because yes, this means that enforcement is not equal, but it also means that Twitch also takes into account other things. They put in here others, so it's very obvious. Certain people would have better privilege in terms of getting away with violating community guidelines, and it's no secret really. The partners get better treatment even if they commit very serious offenses, right? We've heard the news, we know what people what they have violated, but apparently even if it's a serious offense, they are only getting temporary suspensions, right? For example, if a partner were to violate something like the sensitive content, where they might have some sort of a sexual content during the stream, they won't get normal people, like normal streamers like me, myself. I probably would get this indefinite suspension. But if the person that violated the community guideline is a partner, is generating a lot of profit for Twitch, they are most likely, if they were found to be violating a community guidelines, they're going to get temporary suspension only. And even if not getting any sort of enforcement at all, right? We've seen it. It's a constant thing, and we because Twitch is a company, and I would say first and foremost they have to balance between their reputation as well as their financial position, right? If they've permanently banned a partner that has been generating thousands and thousands of dollars to Twitch, do you think they would just remove that source of revenue? I don't think so, right? Think like a company. Would they actually permanently ban this sort of people? Unless they are really, really problematic, really. Like quite like Kanye West problematic. Yes, we can refer to that as the Kanye West problematic level. People have heard of him being banned from using Twitter, right? Man, that guy really needs help. I don't know why. No, I feel like there should be some sort of a governmental department or something that would, I don't know, take action to detain these people that is definitely have something not right in their mind. Because I've already heard, I think I know, I know, I've heard that Kanye West has some sort of a bipolar disorder or something, which he takes medicine for. But because he hasn't taken it, and he's gone more insane and more insane as time goes by, and nobody's stopping him. No, not even the government is trying to keep the man safe from harming himself, both mentally, physically, as well as financially. Yeah, he kind of went off. Yeah, it's very, very, very bad. Oh yeah. Well, it's kind of not really related, but oh yeah, never mind. Daya Bear is So I think someone was would say they are German. I don't know who. But anyways, let's go back here. Right. Oh, there yeah, you're still here. Something very serious happened in Germany. I read something on Reddit where your police force had arrested a lot of people because of a attempt at insurrection against the government or something. And I think it's pretty big news. Anyhow, let's continue. In addition to these guidelines, streamers and moderators can also use customizable Twitch safety tools to tailor their channel standards to meet their needs. Viewers, moderators, and streamers play a crucial role by reporting content or behavior that breaks our community guidelines. Reports are reviewed by a global safety operations team who work 24/7, 365 to ensure a swift response. In this way, we all work together to promote a safe and welcoming environment. Honestly, you don't know? Diabear, if your country had a coup, you should know. Had a coup d'etat happen, you should know. But what I can tell is that people are equating it to United States January 6th attack on the Congress. Attack on the Congress, right? Okay, attack on the Congress building. Man. Anyhow, yeah. A bunch of extremist people is thinking that just attacking a governmental building is enough to overthrow a government. Yeah, so talking about Twitch safety tools, they have this thing here, and I think we should briefly go through it. All right. So apparently, I think this is something new that they put in together with the community guidelines. So they talk about all these things that they have provided for us to moderate our chat. Right? There's the auto mod. Auto mod. I don't think we set this thing. Because we do set it. I don't think in any meaningful way. I think it just runs by itself. Automod uses machine learning and natural language processing algorithms to hold potential inappropriate or offensive messages from chat so they can be reviewed by the creator or a channel moderator before appearing to other viewers in the chat. With Automod, creators can establish their own reliable baseline for acceptable language and round-the-clock chat moderation. A way to create a more positive experience for themselves and their communities. So yeah, so Automod is Automod. You don't have to set anything. When a user sends a message that Automod flags as potentially inappropriate, the message is held pending approval or denial. If approved, it will be released to chat. Yeah, so that's the thing. Sometimes when people write things, it will be blocked, and then I will get a prompt to say, do I approve this phrase or not? I see. So that was Automod. Creators can configure Automod by selecting one of 4 levels. These levels affect how aggressively Automod holds back messages it suspects are risky within the 4 categories: discrimination, sexual content, hostility, and profanity. These settings can only be changed by the broadcaster, while the dictionary each settings contains is managed by Twitch. I think I have this on at maximum level. But yeah, it's not that important. Blocked permitted terms. So I've just briefly read through this one. It's quite interesting. I think I have not seen this other than in shield mode. So apparently you can specify terms and phrases for automod, I think. Is that what they call? For automod to block the words. So when adding a word or phrase to your block items, you can choose to set it to public or private. Setting a term to private will prevent it from being viewable to your channel's moderators. This is recommended for terms that involve personally identifiable information that you rather keep private. Once you have added a term, you can click the pencil icon to edit it, or the trash icon to remove it plus your block term list. Right, so we can do this. Good. I think I don't have to explain. I have to really read through all this. Yeah, this is something I found interesting. You can block emotes apparently. I didn't know you could block emotes until now. You can also add global and sub emotes to your block terms. To block an emote from your channel's chat, add the exact name of the emote to your block terms. So apparently you can do that by simply copying the emotes word, and then you can block the emotes now. So this is actually good for me because there are certain emotes that I don't want to be shown in, don't want to be in my chat, to say the least. That might be considered, sexual in nature. Oh, what are the rules for emotes? What are the rules for emotes? It's quite literally the same, even because emotes are images or animated images. So anything that depicts violence or anything that is like discriminatory or sexual content and such is all not good at all. But the thing is, emotes are not filtered by Twitch, at least for streamers that are affiliates and had their follower emotes unlocked, because by then the emotes are automatically approved to be used. But I guess Twitch checks them before they can be used. Oh yeah. Twitch only checks your emotes when you're just starting out as an affiliate. They will, once you upload a emote to Twitch to your account, it will take some time before they will approve. But afterwards, like after you have streamed for 60 different days, you will unlock the follower emotes, as well as the ability to instantly get your emotes approved. So by then, they do say this though. They are just saying like, because you had shown no problems. Why they do this? Why they don't moderate after 60 days is because they trust you. Simply put, they trust you to not put in emotes that are in violation of anything. So that's why there's a risk where there might be emotes that are not good, and you don't want that kind of emotes in your chat, even if it's someone else's it's from someone else's channel. I mean, one, you can report them, of course, but then again, yeah, blocking emotes is kind of very inconvenient to do. That's it, because you have to type in the specific word for the emotes. That's how some people have questionable emotes. Yes, that's how some people have questionable emotes. Like I think it's mostly emotes that are very sus emotes. I don't think people would put in like emotes that are like inciting violence or clear-cut discrimination, or is like putting a slur in it or something. I have not seen that. I hope I don't see it. So many booty emotes. The twerking emote. I think that's fine. twerking itself is not sexual. It's a dancing thing. So yeah, it's hard to say that it's a sexual thing. I think I don't have to read this. Phone and email verification, suspicious user controls, ban evasion. Yeah. Suffice to say, this page will tell you what Twitch is doing in terms of making sure your chat is safe. So this is all the things. Also, I would also recommend anyone who's a streamer and have a lot of streamer friends share their ban list. So there's a place for people to how do you say, share their ban list, where if let's say I ban someone in my channel, and if that person went to a different channel and that person had their shared ban list ban info with me, that person that was banned in my channel would also not be able to chat in the other channel, in the other stream. So this is very it's quite useful for those people that are like ban evaders, and if you don't want your friends, your streamer friends to be susceptible to harassment or any sort of uncomfortable situation without first experiencing it. So this would be a good thing. It would be a good thing. Even if the other channel, if the other streamer hasn't banned them, they won't be able to see, they won't be able to message in the chat. But of course, it depends on the setting that has been made. It can be made to allow people that has been banned to still chat, but they will be flagged. They will be flagged that they were banned by a mutual streamer. I've actually have this. I had my shared ban list ban info with several people actually. So it's been good. Been good. So this is one thing. Then channel rules. Yeah, channel rules is one thing that people should set up. Yeah. I mean, community guidelines is community guidelines. There may be specific rules where you want to put in as well, right? Like, it's not wrong to talk about religious stuff. It's not wrong to talk about political stuff and such. But you can make it a rule for yourself to say those things can't be talked about. Or you can't talk about sensitive issues like mental health and such as well. You could put in all those personal rules in as well. So far I blocked just one person because of a lot of reasons. I don't know if it was illegal what that person did there, and I don't know if it's okay to talk about that here. You can talk about anything here. Diabear, you can talk about anything here because my channel is mainly for the purposes of educating people and having a serious, mature discussion around certain issues. If it devolves into a senseless argument, then yeah, I will call on it. But most of the time, anyone can really talk about anything, right? As long as it doesn't get into anything that might make people uncomfortable. We don't want that. Yeah, the main thing to consider is we don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. We don't want to trigger anything, any sort of mental trauma. So yeah, that's one thing. Okay, what about having two accounts that add like two different persons to spy on you? Well, I don't think, yeah, there's nothing to be afraid to talk about that. We're literally talking about the community guidelines, Diabear, and That's one of the things that you can't do. That's considered harassment. If a person is making 2 accounts and then pretending to be 2 different people to quote unquote spy on you, you have to clarify on what spy means though. But as long as you feel harassed, that it's harassment. Harassed in the sense that they are like messaging you when you don't want them to message you. You have not consented to talking about certain things, but they keep on telling you, sharing things with you, and wanting you to talk about those things. That's considered harassment. And having 2 accounts is actually fine, even though it's illegal, right? Even though it's there's nothing in breach of TOS, as far as I can remember. Having 2 accounts is nothing in breach of contract, but we have to look into what's the purpose of having two different accounts. That's already sus. But yeah. Yeah, if you have anything else to add on, I'll just move on here. Non-moderator chat delay, chat modes. Oh yeah, chat modes. Unique chat mode. Ooh. Repeated messages from appearing. Ooh, there's a lot of things actually. Twitch has a lot of chat commands that I don't I don't know. I only know /ban, /unban, /mod and /shoutout. These are all the commands you can actually use in chat as well. Interesting. So I don't think they talk about shield mode here, but if anyone is a streamer on Twitch, shield mode is very useful. Just keep in mind what's the purpose of it. It's basically the panic button, as most people have called it, although not using Twitch's shield mode. They probably had something like called Elgato, something like that, and customize a button as the panic button. So simply put, it's a button. When you press it, everything in chat shuts down. All right, anything that was being messaged into chat will be cleared, will be deleted, and nobody can chat. And if anyone tries to say anything, any sort of words that is trying to appear in chat, you can use the shield mode, input the certain slur or phrase or anything like that into the shield mode, and anyone that is still currently trying to chat and writes those words, all right, they are going to be immediately banned. That's how powerful shield mode is. Just by writing a word, you'll get banned automatically. All right, but do note that, right? If you have mods in your channel, if you have mods for your stream, they also can use the shield mode. They can customize the shield mode as well. So really consider that, because I don't think you can deactivate this power for your mods. So you have to be very, how do you say, trusting of your mod to not abuse this button. Okay. Use that other account to find out what everyone thinks about the main account. Advertise that account and try to explain actions the main account did out of review of a friend. And I found that person say they have multiple personalities. I see. So that seems to be the reason that this individual is giving. Well, in any case, I would say this is more of a feels like some sort of insecurity thing rather than harassment. Then if they made 2 accounts to try and gauge whether people like them or not, then I'd say it's weird, but it makes people uncomfortable. So if it does make people uncomfortable, I will understand why people shouldn't do it, but it doesn't sound like a harassment to me. Right now that you explain it like that, doesn't sound like harassment to me. But still, it's something I would say, if we found out that's the case, and if it's uncomfortable, makes you uncomfortable for this person to talk about, it's fine to tell them that. It's fine to tell them that. It was too shady for me. But then again, you know, that's the reason they gave you. You're not sure if that's true or not. The Elgato panic button also clear chat. Does the Twitch shield mode do that too? Yes, it does that. The Twitch mode clears chat as well as restrict depends on what you have customized with shield mode. You can restrict everyone that is not subbed, or even people who have subbed can not even chat as well, and put on slow mode, whatever that is. But yeah, shield mode is pretty powerful. And again, if you do have mods, be certain your mods don't abuse the power, because mods that are like going on a power trip is very common. Oh, not very common. It's a thing that happens, right? People feel like, oh, they are mod, they have better privilege, they are in a privilege, they are in a better position, they are like better authority or something like that in chat. So they might use this power just to, you know, screw with someone that they don't like in chat. So something you have to talk about. The only problem I think with shield mode is, yeah, you couldn't like customize whether shield mode can be used for mods or not, or at least customize it so not every mod can use shield mode. Okay, so I think that's about it for enforcement here, or also the chat tools. We'll go back to community guidelines. We haven't even touched the main part of community guidelines here. Right, so on to self-destructive behavior. Wait, oh. Bear, you say that story continued with selling emails that we commissioned and not paid after receiving them, but selling them themselves. Wait, what? Story continued with selling emails that were commissioned and not paid after receiving them. Oh, but selling them. Okay, that's a weird kind of thing. Weird kind of fraud. Well, not really fraud. We're kind of breach of contract for commission work for people to do. So that person asks an artist to make emotes, but once they receive the emote, they don't use it for themselves. Instead, they sell it to someone else while also not paying for the emotes. Interesting. But yeah, I would say that's why for me, when my art commission, I do have an art commission agreement, you know. It'd be weird for me to not have one, right? I'm a lawyer and not having a terms and conditions for my art commission. But yeah, I put in one of the terms, I state that payments should be made first. Right? Payment should be made first. If people don't like that, yeah, it's already been said. They don't like that, then yeah, it's okay. You don't need to commission me to do artwork. Right, self-destructive behavior. So this is something people might not want to listen about or talk about, So if you don't, if this is a sensitive topic for anyone that's watching or listening, right? You can tune out now. Okay, we're going to be talking about self-destructive behavior. Should be a long stream, right? Should be, yeah. Harming yourself or discussing self-harm recklessly can be dangerously for not only yourself but for viewers and those around you. We understand that streamers and viewers should be able to discuss sensitive topics related to self-harm or mental health, and we want Twitch to remain a safe space to do so. Anyone should be able to talk about their struggles, if they so choose. However, Twitch does not allow content that glorifies, promotes, or encourages self-harm. We also prohibit activity that may endanger your life, lead to your physical harm, or encourage others to engage in physically harmful behavior. We do not make exceptions for self-destructive behavior performed as stunts or gag made in jest, or meant to entertain when the behavior could reasonably be expected to cause physical injury. Right. Hey Rash! Self-destructive behavior in Minecraft is allowed on Twitch. I mean, self-destructive behavior, I would say this one doesn't talk about, this is more towards a real person. This is related more to a real person doing self-destructive behavior rather than anything that is concerned with fictional or that is what's the other word for fictional? False? No. It's not real. I mean, like exploding yourself. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of things like the game in gaming, at least in the gaming sector, in gaming content, right? A lot of the games have things where if you jump off a cliff, you die, or where you accidentally explode yourself, or do all sorts of stupid things. But that is fictional, and again, really depends on context, depends on intent, what happens when those things happen, and is shown on stream. It has to be how do you say, carefully talked about, or whether or not to talk about has to be heavily considered, right? As over here, this entire sentence just tells you, it's okay to talk about self-destructive behavior, but it is something very serious, something very sensitive, so we have to be careful about it, right? But explicitly, right? Clearly, what it can't be talked about is in the context of this self-destructive behavior. You shouldn't be glorifying it. You shouldn't be promoting it. You shouldn't be encouraging it, right? That's something that I think no one has a problem understanding, right? We shouldn't be promoting or doing anything to make this more accepted or more normalize it or anything like that. We shouldn't be doing any of that. Bost, what about dark jokes like already dead inside? What's the difference if this or that? Depends in context. How often do you make these jokes, and how what's the vibe on stream? If the audience or if the streamer doesn't know each other, because normally this is more of a conversation. We have a conversation with chat and all that, and this sort of topic pops up, and you have to see is it something the streamer is okay, is all right to talk about, is comfortable talking about or not, and how often should you be talking about it? This is something that we can't can't have a black and white concrete rule to say what can be said, what cannot be said, because this is more of a social cue of things that we need to try and identify, right? We need to see how the person is like. So, but for it, as a general rule, right, we don't know each other quite well, right? You don't know me very well, so it should be safe to assume, right? Safe to assume that we shouldn't be talking about any of these things to anyone, really, unless you like really, really close to each other, like you've known each other, you know what can be said and what can't be said. Then yeah, making those sort of dark jokes now and then is fine. But again, so many different factors you have to consider this, right? Because in this platform, on Twitch streams, we're not just talking to each other, just like one-on-one. If we are talking about streamers, if we're talking about streamers talking to chat, or chat talking to themselves, between themselves, we're not having a one-on-one conversation. We are basically in a public space, sort of semi-public space, where people may come in and go out of the stream, where there may be strangers, they may be friends who are watching the stream. So it's something you have to consider, right? Should you be making this sort of joke? You should be talking about this sort of things or not, right? Especially when how do you say, for streamers that have a lot of activity happening in chat. A lot of people are watching, a lot of people are messaging. The possibility of someone that is going to be sensitive, going to be uncomfortable with people making dark jokes is going to be there. There's likelihood that someone like that is going to be there, right? That's why I would say, right, freedom of expression, freedom of speech is one thing, but it's not literal. It's not without consequence. You always have to think about, is there a consequence? Is it going to harm someone, whether mentally or physically, right? All right, one of the streamers I know in which streams I am in a mod, we talk in our mod channel about that topic, because there were constantly people reaching out to the streamer and tell them that they are going to kill themselves. Yeah, there's something, it's a very no-no, right? If someone came to my stream and they say they mention things like that, I'm going to immediately tell them they can't talk about these things, right? Nowhere in my channel have I indicated that this is okay to talk about, right? Maybe as a discussion we can talk about it, but if let's say you yourself the person himself saying these things is in danger of harming themselves, this is not the place at all to be talking about these things. You're not just talk about these things to get help. This is absolutely not the place to get help for this sort of when you're in danger of yourself. No, the best thing I can tell you is to try and divert you to appropriate places, right? I do have a website that immediately you can go to if, let's say, someone does that, right? If they want a website, they want some place to actually find professional help, right? I have it. They can go there. But having a discussion, trying to talk to people who are in danger, right? This is not the place. And I don't want, it's not really because I don't want to help them or anything. It's because I'm not sure I can help them. And if worse, maybe make things worse for them, right? That's the problem. This in this topic, at least, this is a very, very sensitive topic. And yes, I have seen people talk about these things. I've seen, at least in public spaces, it's generally for discussion, and if it's been found out that this sort of if it actually happened to that person in real time, that conversation should not continue any further, because we do not know if that is the only person is in danger. And if we continue talking about these things, it's going to affect everyone else as is sensitive as well, right? Before I started this talking about this topic, right, I told anyone that's listening or watching right now, if you don't like to listen to this topic, you don't want to hear anything discussing around self-destructive behavior, tune out now. I really recommend tuning out, right? It's okay for you not to watch the entire thing, right? Would setting up a command to point someone in that direction be a problem for Twitch? I would say no. It won't be a problem, but the more appropriate action is like how I'm addressing it. And if they say they still want to continue, or like they are trying to guilt trip you to saying, but you're the only one I can get help, or something like that. They say something like that, which they are trying to make you continue having this conversation or something. Then at that point, either just ban the person or just time out the person, right? Because they don't understand the consequences of talking about these things to a person that is not professionally trained to do so, and also not the place to talk about. Imagine streaming as a place where you go to a restaurant, or you go to a park, or you go to a meeting, or you go to a show, a stage. Nobody is expecting when you go to these places to find help for these sort of things. So it should be the same when we're streaming. Does it happen so often that we need that command here? I don't think so. I don't think it's necessary to do that. At most, if it's a stranger, if someone is not a regular, there are other places for people to ask for help, in a very, very general sense. All right, not like trying to get actual therapy or anything like that for it. But yes, if let's say people do want to get some sort of help, my website, not my website, my Discord server, there's a place, I think I pinned, Raika shared a website for most people. I can even link it here if people want it. I went through it. It's just a compilation of websites for people to check out. But again, streamers don't have to have the obligation to do anything about this, right? As a general, streamers should not be obligated to help people with their mental illness or mental disorder or mental disability, because this is not the place. Even let's say I was a professional therapist, I was a professional psychiatrist, I have all the certificates, I have the qualifications. This wouldn't be the place for you to get help, because this is not a therapist's office. This is not a psychiatrist's office. This is not a hospital. This is a place where we are here to entertain people, to educate people, just have fun, right? So I don't know how much more clearer I can try and explain this, but yeah. Not necessary here, but personally have had chatters reach out like that. I'm not personally equipped to help. Yeah, it's fine to tell your viewers, your audience, that you can't help them. You you're not ignoring them, that you understand they're in trouble, or they are in trouble and they need help. At least that is something that maybe you want to get across, right? Instead of being accused of, let's say, being ignorant or being cold-hearted or something like that, right? We all have our own sets of problems. We all have our problems to deal with, to take care of. So it's not really, streamers can't be put in this sort of position to help people, right? We have a responsibility to make sure we do things the right way. Rash, I'm sorry, I don't think I will do the redeem, because right now we are talking about something very serious, and I don't think yeah, I'll how do you say, give back the points to you.
Accidentally.
All right. Yes. It's okay, it's okay. I still have to refund, right? I would think they would take the context. Oh, it opened over here. Oh, it's why? Irene's with me. Whenever I mention Rash, right? Irene is very interested for some reason.
Hydrate.
Okay, done reading. Okay. Thank you for the hydrate, LB. Setting up shield mode now, and it is super difficult to add bannable words. You can't add. You can add filter words in a different place, in a different moderating place. I think the shield mode banning phrases is only for during that time when you activate shield mode. Once you deactivate shield mode, all those words that you input into the shield mode, they will be cleared. They'll be deleted. Yeah. Did I share the link? I think I haven't. Oh, I shared the link. Okay, I done that already. But in any case, yeah. I would say, yeah. So this is things I shouldn't really. This is something that you probably have to like read on your own. There are examples of what is considered self-destructive behavior, right? But in essence, I would say most streamers, if let's say there are discussions of self-destructive behavior, make sure, all right, you don't glorify, you don't promote, you don't encourage it, and also try not to make jokes of it, right? As over here it mentions, stunt or gag made in jest, right? Though I could set it preemptively. You can. But again, there's the filter words that is normally used for everything else as well. Right, violence and threats. Acts and threats of violence are counterproductive to promoting a safe, inclusive, and friendly community. Violence on Twitch is taken seriously and is considered a zero-tolerance violation, and all accounts associated with such activities on Twitch will be indefinitely suspended. And again, this is something I don't think I need to really explain, but yeah. Threats to physically harm, kill others, threats to hack, dox, DDoS, SWAT others. This is a new term. SWAT. Use weapons or physically threaten, intimidate, harm, or kill others. Encourage others to participate in acts that may harm others. All this violent stuff, right? I don't think there's anything new. In a situation where a user has lost control of their broadcast due to severe injury, medical emergency, police action, or being targeted with serious violence, we will temporarily remove the channel and associated content. Right, this is what they are saying will do if it happens to the streamer themselves. What is to call SWAT on people while they stream? Is it that easy to call a SWAT team on people? I don't think so, right? In exceptional circumstances, we may preemptively suspend accounts when we believe an individual's use of Twitch poses a high likelihood of inciting violence. In weighing the risk of harm, we consider an individual's influence, the level of recklessness in their past behaviors on Twitch or elsewhere, whether or not there continues to be a risk of harm, and the scale of ongoing threats. Contents of activities that threaten or promote sexual violence or exploitation are strictly prohibited and may be reported to law enforcement. See adult sexual violence and exploitation for... Well, there's more. So they hide these things in here. It happened sometimes in the past. It has happened to a few famous streamers. I think it happened because they already were being investigated by the police. Not because they were... how do you say... a viewer or an audience or a channel actually reported them or something. Unfortunately, it is something that is a concern in the US. It happens frequently in the USA. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the clips before. So, yeah. But also, there are also other things that are like I'm not sure it was on Twitch. It probably wasn't on Twitch. But people have been violent on streams, and quite sad. That one thing is when it happens, you can't do anything but just watch and hope, you know, Twitch does something, because only Twitch would know, in like the streamer's address, the streamer's real name, all that stuff, to make a police report, if they actually do make a police report in that sort of a emergency situations. But then again, yeah, it's a very morbid kind of situation, right? But anyhow, let's continue. I've only seen clips, but gotten full stories. Not gotten full stories of what happened. Yeah, I myself as well. We weren't really. It's not something I look into. I just know it happens, and that's pretty much it. Terrorism and violent extremism. Terrorism and violent extremism promote unlawful violence and spread messages of intolerance. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist actors or acts. This includes threatening to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm or significant property destruction. Right, so propaganda, graphic pictures, yeah, all these things, can't do it, right? Don't do it. Shouldn't really need to explain all this. Adult sexual violence and exploitation. Acts of sexual violence and exploitation are serious offenses. Content or activities that promote or threaten sexual violence or exploitation may be reported to law enforcement. Sexual violence and exploitation are not tolerated on Twitch and will result in immediate suspension of your account. Non-consensual acts. Coercing a guest into committing a sex act, or by threatening them. Touching a person in intimate manner without their consent. Right. I think this was... Oh no. Wait. So there wasn't extra pages in them. They have all... They kind of streamlined everything. Previously, they have all these categories, and they have some of them have their own pages. I'm not sure if they still have, though, because I haven't seen one thing they have talked about, but we'll see. We'll look through first. youth safety. Oh, so they name it youth safety. I think I've talked about this. I tried looking into this one as well specifically, I think a few weeks ago, which prohibits any content or activity that endangers youth. This includes content that features or promotes child sexual abuse material, CSAM, and the sexual exploitation, sexual misconduct, or grooming of youth, which is defined by this policy as minors under 18. So youth is considered anyone that is under 18. Report all illegal content or activity to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, which works with global law enforcement agencies around the world, and the consequence for engaging in such activity or with such content is immediate indefinite suspension. So they have all these examples, and I think I tried finding one example which they didn't put in whilst I was looking through. I was for people who haven't seen my last week live seminar, I talk about Discord's community guidelines and the differences it had between other community guidelines. So this was there was a major talking point about a certain issue that happened a few weeks ago within the VTuber community, well, specifically on Twitter. Always Twitter. When drama happens, it's always on Twitter. So yeah, there are all these examples: sexually explicit content or sexualized images of youth, sharing links to the third-party sites that contain content prohibited by this policy, content that promotes, encourages, provides instruction, or admits participation in sexual exploitation or sexualization of youth, content that constitutes or facilitates inappropriate interactions with youth, including grooming, purposefully exposing youth to sexually explicit language or sexual material, in engaging in sexual conversations in messages with youth, content that attempts to exploit youth by coercing money, favors, or intimate imagery with threats to expose intimate imagery or information, content depicting nudity of youth, identifying alleged victims of CSAM by name or image. So yeah, all this bad, right? Nothing we can't really need to expand on or further discuss in detail. But one thing that they didn't mention at all, right, was let me just pop up this one. We need context, all right? We need the other community guidelines to show you. Yep, apparently Discord is unique. All right, so over here, I'm opening up Discord's community guidelines. All right. Okay, so they do have this one as well. Do not sexualize children. So one thing Discord has, which the community guidelines doesn't have, is this illustrated or digitally altered pornography that depicts children, and in brackets, such as lolicon, shorticon, or cub. So yeah, a lot of other policies, rules, social media community guidelines or wherever, like Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube, or any I think anywhere, doesn't have this line here talking about that. What is cub? I don't know, and I haven't found out since the first time I saw this word in this community guidelines. In that case, no, Diabear, I don't want to be responsible for for maybe scarring you or traumatizing you, okay? But anyhow, so yeah, a lot of other social media platforms, right, is okay apparently with depictions of lolicon, shorticon, or anything that's like anime, character that is childlike, but depicting them in some sort of a romance or sexual manner. So there was a huge controversy. I won't say huge controversy, at least within the VTuber community. What I saw was that, for context, all right, there was this VTuber who posted on Twitter, doing a smash or pass thing. So you can imagine where this is going on. So the smash or pass stream that this VTuber wanted to do involved specifically one type of VTubers only. They want the VTubers to post their PNGs and whatever reference for them to use for the, smash or pass. Okay? So they specify only lollies, I think. Only lolly characters. VTubers with childlike characters. So you might... So now you see why there is a controversy happening during that time on this thing. I've been trying to talk. I've been like having. I've had lengthy discussions about this in previous streams. So suffice to say, my stance is I don't support sexualization of any kind that involves childlike characters, whether or not you claim they aren't depictions of children, right? Because they have, I've seen the
hydrate.
heading off, and thank you. And TC, what's TC? What's TC? I have no idea. But anyway, good night, LB. Yeah, so a lot of the take care. Oh, okay, take care. A lot of the people who are in support of lollies or shotas in regards to sexualizing them is apparently the justification is that they are not representative of real children. They are not depictions of real children. They are their own thing, apparently. They are the creation of these fictional childlike characters. It is based on abstract feelings of the adult people. Apparently, these characters represent purity, innocence, peace, or whatever reason, whatever things that they're trying to say is that they aren't based on real children. So I find it very hard to agree on this. Maybe in a bubble, in a closed bubble, without considering reality, just being philosophical for the sake of being philosophical. I would say this is the correct term would be being pedantic, right? Trying to differentiate something for the sake of differentiating it. But anyhow, yeah. Apparently, this thing, it's not like, what I'm trying to say is, it's not majority of people who are against this, actually. If we are looking at the community surrounding this topic, I've seen a lot of people in support of it. But as well, a lot of people are against it. All trying to say there's nothing wrong with it. But again, this is something I've spoken for. I've talked about a lot. I'll just keep it as that. I'm just here to show that there's a difference. And apparently, most social media platforms are fine with it as well. Even if you report, right? Even if there were some sort of depictions of childlike characters in sexual manner, and if you report them in, like, maybe say Twitch or Twitter, no actions will be taken against them because it's not in violations of their rules or community guidelines, unfortunately. So that's it. Let's move on, okay? Off-service conduct. Alright, so this is very interesting. A lot of I think YouTube also has this, as well as Discord. For streamers and their viewers to build vibrant and dynamic communities, everyone must feel secure and protected. We believe that some off-service offenses committed by Twitch users can create a substantial safety risk to the Twitch community. As a result, Twitch enforces against certain severe offenses that occur off Twitch when committed by members of the Twitch community, up to an indefinite suspension on the first offense for some behaviors. Right, so see what example they have. Yeah, so violence, terrorism, mass violence, leadership, membership, sponsorship of a known hate group, carrying out deliberate acting as an accomplice to non-consensual sexual activities and or sexual assault, sexual exploitation, actions that compromise the physical safety of the Twitch community, threats against Twitch and Twitch staff, harmful misinformation actors or persistent misinformation super spreader. Alright, so all these things. Users can contact the Twitch off-service investigator. Yeah, so they have a team for this, right? Apparently they have a team for this to investigate whether a person that doing whatever outside of Twitch is not violating any community guidelines that's supposed to be only applicable in when you're using Twitch services only. So this is a bit iffy, right? This is a bit iffy when you're looking at whether this is enforceable on people that are doing something outside of Twitch, right? So from a legal perspective, it's hard to say whether this is a thing that can be enforced, right? When you think about maybe employment, when you think about when you think about employment, or when you think about any sort of contract, maybe when you're renting a room, renting a property, and the things that you do is not happening when you're working, or things that are not you're doing is not happening in the place that you're renting, not in the room that you're renting or leasing. Could you say, could people regulate, could people moderate what you do outside of these places where it's not really relevant to what you have been contracted to, right? But there could be some justifications of it. The only thing I can think of where this part of this section here is applicable, is enforceable, is if the things that these people do, this either because this is including streamers as well as anyone who uses Twitch, really. So apparently, if you do these things, as the examples I've seen, seems like yes. Yes, Irene. Go. Anyhow, but if someone has their Twitch account linked on Twitter and that person going on a hate rant on their Twitter, would that be enough for Twitch to investigate? Yes. it would be enough. As per what this community guidelines is saying, whatever you do outside of Twitch, if it can be proved, if it's real, it is actually true, and it violates the community guidelines here, right? But they just say this, right? They just say against certain severe offenses that occur off Twitch when committed by members of the Twitch community. So this is very vague, although they give some examples, right? But very vague, but depends really. I've not heard of Twitch banning people because of things that they did outside of Twitch. But according to this one, it's very likely if let's say you were on, if you're very, very nice, you don't commit any, you don't violate any community guidelines, you don't breach any terms of service. But outside of Twitch, you're like a crazy, insane person. It's like you're like a racist, you're a sexist, or whatever, a violent, hungry person. Apparently, you can get banned for that. You can get suspended for it. I mean, it has happened not on Twitch, right? We have an example of Kanye West, where he was banned from Twitter because he did something outside of Twitter, right? Although he did things on Twitter itself as well. So you could say it's an accumulation of everything. He said all those weird, all those how'd you call anti-Semitic statements here and there, like saying he likes a certain individual. So yeah, I think it's a very likely possibility that this can be enforced, right? But I don't think anyone will like no, you can't do this. No, I don't think anyone would take legal actions to say, oh, you shouldn't be able to enforce these community guidelines, because Twitch services in itself, at least anyone who uses Twitch, is a sort of a entertainment system, is a community-based entertainment. So whatever we do, whatever we say, however we interact with people, even if it's outside of Twitch, is considered some type of entertainment for people, some type of service for people as well. So if Twitch doesn't take actions on these individuals who encourage or incite violence, whatever, their reputation is going to be affected, most likely, like Twitter, right? Like Twitter's reputation is affected by Elon Musk by saying all those things, doing all those stupid things. So yeah, right, because he's the boss, so he could do all those things. Anyways, we can talk about Elon Musk all day, but it's not here, right? We'll talk about him when we go back again to when we talk about Twitter again. Anyhow, next thing. Oh, it's not the next thing. There's more stuff. Evidence for off-service reports. Yeah, so you need evidence. Twitch need concrete evidence because it's outside of Twitch services. They can't look into chat logs. They don't have their check through their servers to see if someone actually violates community guidelines. So if someone reported on these people of violating something or doing something stupid, very serious, outside of Twitch, they require evidence. So that's why they do have a investigation team as well, to make sure all this is legit. No, I don't think I have to really explain all this. They're just explaining to you how they do their investigation on things that happen outside of Twitch. We're on-service report sent to off-service investigation team receive preferential review. I don't think it's necessary. Does the victim or accused have to be a Twitch? Yeah. So they're explaining all these things, meaning telling you, yep, anything that you do outside of Twitch, quite literally everything, anything, doesn't have to be affecting only Twitch, can be affecting anyone. But yeah, you can look into this one if you like yourself. Next, unauthorized sharing of private information. So yeah, this is something that a lot of people have is confused about actually. Like just now, Diabear, right? Space, or you were talking about like sharing personal information about yourself or something. So here they are just talking about Twitch doesn't allow users to reveal personal information of others on our service, right? So examples are share personal identified information, such as looking up a streamer's leaked address and sharing it in chat. Share restricted or protected social profiles on any information from those profiles. Share content that violates another's reasonable expectation of privacy. For example, streaming from a private space without permission. Broadcast an unwanted intrusion of private video conference calls. Good night, oh, good night, Rash. Yep, nighty, Rash. Yeah. Good night, Rash. It's 12 in the morning, in midnight now. So yeah, basically, as long as you yourself is sharing the information about yourself, not other people, right, is totally fine. Okay, totally fine. So what Twitch is saying over here instead is, when you are sharing other people's information, and that would be considered unauthorized sharing of private information. So this is something that happened within the VTuber community as well. I don't think it's on Twitch, but there was this person. I'm not sure that person was a VTuber themselves, but they have a channel. They have a YouTube channel, and they talk about all things about VTubers, right? Whether it's Nijisanji or Hololive or like Iron Mouse, right? He documents all these things, like he does a documentary of sorts. But there was a controversy happening because in his Patreon, he had a what you call you know Patreon, right? Oh, sorry. Probably a lot of people know Patreon, and one of the perks of being a member in the Patreon was that apparently the person has unique knowledge or private information about certain VTubers in real life information. So the Patreon advertised as such, right? One of the tier level for joining membership in the Patreon was that if you pay for this membership subscription, you can look at this sort of in real life information that this YouTuber has compiled with. So the controversy is brought up because it seems like a sharing private information that is unauthorized. So a prime example of what is not actually allowed is trying to profit from other people's personal life when that information is not publicly known. And publicly known is actually quite wide, quite broad, right? If let's say the information is easily found on in online spaces where it can be found maybe on Wikipedia, on the person's YouTube channel, on Twitch channel. For example, let's say, all right, my Twitch channel or my YouTube channel or my Twitter channel, if I mention anything that is in regards to my personal life, that is considered public information. It's not private information. It's something that is out in the open, and if you happen to share it here or there or anywhere, it's not in violation of this on this topic. Oh. My wife gave me cheese spread. Bruh, like, what the heck? What do you mean? Which one? What are you referring to? Thank you. Irene? Oh. Already eat one bite. Okay. The Patreon thing. Ah, yeah.
Hydrate.
Oh. Thank you for hydrate. Oh my wife's feeding me. I need to do this. What? Why are you eating and so you a bit stuck together? You're talking about my model? Yeah. When she's beside me, it tracks her as well. Also public information. Does that mean if it's expressly stated, or if you post a picture that has location metadata in it, is that then considered public information? As far as I can tell from how the community guideline here is that I think you have to look at here. Share content that violates another person's reasonable expectation of privacy. For example, streaming from a private space without permission. I don't think it includes metadata. And I would say no, as in public, if we're trying to see what is public information, I wouldn't say location metadata unless it's shown, right? For example, maybe you use Twitter and then you somehow dox yourself or something. The thing, I'm not sure how you can get that data though. How can you get that data without in the public, right? Unless the person themselves share it, right? So in any case, if a person does the person that is sharing their own information, right, their own picture, their own address, their own real name, and it's the person themselves that doing it, that's not wrong. It's not sharing another person's information. We have to really understand that this information is being shared by another person, that it doesn't belong to them. But general rule is, or for the sake of safety, is, don't share people's personal information. Like say, if let's say we were trying to be careful, not revealing a person's private information, would be first, don't refer to the person's name, actual username or whatever, and talk about them. In the context of the discussions that we talked about involves maybe the place where they live or the place where they went or anything like that. That's considered doxing as well. So yeah, if let's say we want to have that conversation, no name should be present. There shouldn't be any implication of you're referring to anyone that I might know, you might know, So yeah, if we want to have that kind of conversation talking about someone else, then that's the best way to do it, right? So as long as you're, but then again, right, I'm saying that now that I'm thinking about it, best would be, just put a fake name, or like put fake address, put fake location when you want to talk about this sort of like in real life things happening. It doesn't have to be real places. Yes.
If the place coincidentally is real, then how?
You see, how would you be able to know it's real? How would you be able to identify it's real? Right. As long as we are vague, we don't like is the street number 1 2 3 4 5 or whatever, something like that. It's fine.
But if
you can just say McDonald's. There's like what, thousands and thousands of McDonald's, or Burger King, thousands of Burger Kings, or there's this convention center. There's like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of convention center. So really, what you? Oh, I thought there was like new messages. But in any case, yeah, let's move on. Civility and respect. So I think they drop it over here. Previously, it was way up high here, and this was like a really, really long thing. Is it really long as well? Yep, it's really long. There's a lot of examples. No, I don't want. So this one, it's the most common thing, at least for people from United States, because it's part of their federal law, right? So let's just read through it. Twitch aims to be a place where everyone can come together in shared community experiences. This vision is threatened when people experience harmful rhetoric and abuse on Twitch. Twitch does not permit behavior that is motivated by hatred, prejudice, or intolerance, including behavior that promotes or encourages discrimination, denigration, harassment, violence, based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, serious medical condition, and veteran status. We also provide certain protections for age, which are expressly noted in the examples. We define protected groups as a subset of the population with a shared protected characteristics. Every Twitch user falls into multiple of these protected groups. Twitch affords every user globally equal protections under this policy. I think so. So far, I think Twitch, if we are talking about whether Twitch has been successfully or efficiently enforcing this rule, this guideline, and trying to reduce hateful conduct, I think they're doing a good job. I have not seen any sort of issue that happened, not issue, any sort of an incident that has been reported, at least or within my knowledge. But that's it, right? I do often hear things like hate rates that happen, which in the past Twitch has not been able to really deal with this situation, where people, I haven't experienced myself, but what I heard is that people, when they are streaming, suddenly getting a lot of either a lot of people raiding, or one individual that raided a person with a huge following, with a huge crowd, and when they raided, I think they just spam the chat or something like that. They spam the chat with words that are not appropriate, either sexual words or slurs or anything that would be considered against community guidelines, in violation of guidelines. And the reason they do this is to, I think at the same time when they do all these things, they are the people who report the stream, report the channel as well. Try and get the person to be suspended or aka banned. So I don't know. I don't know why people actually do this. Really, why people do these things? Hate raids. Man, people really have a lot of time in their hand, have a lot of energy to waste on making people's life miserable. Something I just can't fathom. But you know, internet is, there's like really nice place in the internet, really wholesome, but on the other hand, there's places that's like hell. There's places it's just hell. Yeah, that's why I was excited for the shoot mode. Yeah, finally they I don't know why they didn't announce this any sooner, because people have been constantly telling them we don't have anything to fight against hate raids. I'm part of 2 targeted communities. Oh, are you saying there have been people experiencing hate raids within your community, or you have yourself been experiencing it? But yeah, I also recently heard about like a new type of hate raid where apparently not new type of hate raid, it's more like where they originate from. Apparently they are organized. They prepare, they schedule a time in place to do the hate raid, and they target people. At least this one, which I heard from, was targeting the queer community, the LGBTQIA plus community, where if anyone had the tag LGBTQIA or plus or anything like that, any tag like that, they will raid them. Furries and LGBTQ, yes, maybe we're talking about the same thing. But yeah, it's very, man, reading that is like seeing that actually happens is like wow, man, what's the purpose of doing this? Personally, I haven't experienced it as of yet. I hope none of us experience it. At least my mutuals, the people around me, hasn't experienced anything like that yet, and I hope not. But then again, I believe we have the tools, right? Especially now we have the shield mode to deal with these things. Because you know, it's a headache, and it's gonna, if it happens, it's gonna make everyone's experience of the day or the time bad, right? It will bring down the mood. Anyhow, do I need to explain all these things? I don't think so, right? I read through the entire examples of what people shouldn't be doing against protected groups, and a lot of them are very despicable, very disgusting as well. But essentially treating people, essentially they're just, the examples just means that they are treating people not as people, quite literally. A lot of these things like, yeah, we'll just let you have it, you know, read it yourself at your own discretion, because you know, it's not a fun read to learn that humans are capable of doing despicable things, and just on the internet, just by doing things on the internet, can be disgusting. of course, I'm not the furry type, but I let people like what they like. Yeah, what's wrong, right? For people being furries, nothing. All right, next, harassment. Harassment deters the growth of vibrant and diverse communities, prevents people from feeling safe on Twitch, and creates a gateway for more severe forms of harm and abuse. People experience harassment in different ways, including personal attacks, promotion of physical harm, and malicious brigading. Engaging in harassment will result in enforcement action taken against the relevant accounts. Please keep in mind, we expect streamers to take the necessary steps to mitigate harassing content that appears on their stream or in their chat. We will not suspend broadcasters that we find to be acting in good faith, including by using tools such as auto mode, timeouts, and channel bans to remove abuse appearing from third parties and external sources. Thank you. Oh, no problem. I actually have quite a few people who are furries in my community. For example, right. So I think there's nothing. I think this includes hate rate as well. Yeah, sort of. But we'll look at a few personal attacks. Repeatedly sending personal insults to a broadcaster. Okay, this is creating deepfake. Yeah, this is very interesting. People actually do this. Creating deepfake videos to insult or abuse another person. Drawing images of another person for the purpose of mocking or attacking that person. Which is actually happening on Twitter a lot. In relation to Elon Musk. Sharing negative talk to artistic content abuse, citing another abuse regularly where the targets are on Twitch, malicious contact, deliberate non-consensual in-game stream sniping. Yeah, so this is another thing I find it very interesting. Apparently you can't stream snipe, at least without permission. if I guess this is more of a, you probably can only find out if both people are streaming and the other person is streaming are playing together for some reason, and it is stream sniping. I think people know what stream sniping is, right? Basically, this person would be opening up the other person's stream and then looking where they are and then take advantage of that. So yeah, including another person's stream to gain a competitive advantage in a multiplayer game and disrupt their broadcast. Stalking or ignoring another person's established personal physical boundaries. Broadcasting another person who has denied consent. Broadcasting in a location where recording is prohibited. Creating accounts dedicated to harassment, such as through abusive username. Streamers should always consider the consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. Sometimes unwanted focus or attention can encourage others to escalate their behavior into abuse. For example, broadcasting other Twitch streams while insulting those users often encourages others to also direct abuse to the target. Participating in this activity can therefore lead to suspension of your account. Although harassment is never allowed on Twitch, we want users to express themselves naturally with their friends and communities without fear that these interactions could be misidentified as harassment. In order to fully understand the context of incidents that appear unclear when viewed in isolation, we may require that individuals who feel targeted by abuse indicate that these actions were not consensual banter before we will intervene. Filing a user report or taking moderation action on the individual's channel count as such indications. Right, so from all that, the only thing I want to talk about is this one, where it kind of involves where VTubers like to call out on people on Twitter, right? You've seen it happen a lot of times where where a person that has been affected badly, like they are the victim, of course, maybe or maybe not, and they will call out on another person, on another VTuber, accusing them of something that they did wrong, and maybe it was like it was a racism thing, is a sexism thing, or unethical practice in terms of art commissions and such. But they always add the thing about please do not harass this person. I'm just trying to give awareness that this person is not a person that you should interact with. They are toxic, or they are dangerous, or they are whatever that VTuber is accusing them. So, but the thing is, especially when it involves this sort of situation, people don't care whether you tell them not to harass people. People will harass people for the sake of, enforcing providing how do you say this? There's a word for it. Something justice. To serve justice. Wait, right? To bring justice. Man, my English. To bring justice to these people who committed wrongs. Vigilante, social justice. Yeah, things like that. A lot of people on Twitter, or at least a lot of people in the community, are very vocal about telling people that they are wrong or doing something they're wrong. But the thing is, a lot of people, this involves PR stuff, right? People do not know how to say things the right way. More often than not, people just insult anyone that they think is wrong. They send out personal attacks on them, personal insults against them. They harass them. They inform like wherever they are, they comment on their tweet. They message in their chat saying they are a bad person. They did this wrong. Blah blah blah. But the thing is, all these things that happen is only because where it originated from was the person calling out this person. So I find it very, is the word ironic, that a person doesn't want people to be harassed, inevitably gets them harassed because of the thing they did. So I would say there is some question in terms of sincerity in not wanting to harm people when the very action they do actually harms people, right? Especially Twitter drama, where from a lawyer's perspective, right, is it also Ace Attorney's perspective, everything has to be proven true. Then only you can really, make sure you're saying the things is right and correct. But the thing is, Twitter drama, Twitter controversial stuff, conflicts that happens, is a lot of times he say, she say, right? Accusations. You might have like screenshots of conversations, of screenshots of certain things to show as proof, but at the end of the day, that's only one side of a person's argument, and one side's quote-unquote facts that's being shown. And when that happens, the other party would be like trying to defend themselves, and they are trying to show their part of their truth as well. But if both parties actually really want to resolve this matter peacefully or anything like that, first thing they should probably do, is have a private conversation with each other and make sure that private conversation stays professional, stays amicable, and not adding more fuel to already a tense situation happening. But I digress. A lot of these things are even quite amazingly. I've only been making content not even in a year, and I've seen all these things happen within the span of a few months. It's quite interesting. It's quite interesting to see that the community, even though it's a very wholesome place, is a very friendly, very loving place. I found a lot of good people here and there. It's still parts of it is very violent, metaphorically speaking. Very violent in terms of expressing their feelings. But anyhow, so back to this thing. I run off a very far tangent. Alright, next is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment is never acceptable regardless of whether these comments are directed towards others on or off our services. Sexual harassment makes users feel uncomfortable, unsafe, and deters them from participating. We do not allow unwelcome sexual advances and solicitations, sexual objectification, or degrading attacks relating to a person's perceived sexual practices, regardless of their gender. Yeah, so this is something, a lot of this is really relevant. But when you go through the community guidelines, you see how many things is very relevant when you relate it, when you consider everything that has happened, even only within the VTuber community, right? Sexual harassment here, without even looking at the examples, all right? Lewd tubers, right? Nothing wrong with that type of VTubers, right? VTubers that are openly how do I say this? Very comfortable and open about talking about any sort of anything that in regards to their sexuality and such, and but a lot of times people have the assumption that because they present themselves in such a way, that means they are okay with unconsented sexual advances towards them. It's a very common thing that happens, I think, among LewdTubers, where when they are like trying to be flirty and such for the audience, right? For entertainment, for the audience, not to a specific person, but a person in the chat or someone within the audience would take it as in it's personal. They are allowing me to take steps to sexual advances or solicitations, or objectify the VTuber in question. But no, that's I don't know where is this coming from, because I personally have no idea why people do that. I mean, I myself, is considered say so. The term say so, I rarely use VTuber slangs. if you have not noticed, I am not a YouTuber, and I don't do anything sus 90% of the time. But yeah, I wouldn't put myself in any sort of situation. I would like to think that interacting with people in a sexual manner is okay, really. Oh, and that's very good. I know a YouTuber, not because I enjoy it, to be clear, rather because she is kind. There were some problems in the past. Yeah. Nothing wrong with enjoying YouTubers, okay? You are your own person. Whatever you like, you do you, alright? If it doesn't hurt anyone, what am I to say, right? For me, it really is that simple. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone, you enjoy whatever you want. But that's it, right? I wouldn't say I encountered sexual harassment before, but I've been in uncomfortable situations where people like called me daddy in chat. I was like, oh, this is the first time, but I don't like it. Please don't say please don't say it. There was one person who was new to my stream, to me, and he immediately just said things like, "Ooh, daddy," or something like that, and I can't remember well. It was I just immediately, please don't do that. I'm uncomfortable. And the person just say, but you didn't say, there's nothing wrong, there's nothing in the rules to say I can't say that. I don't think it has to be said, just that you can't say things like that, right? Unless unless I myself say it's fine to call me daddy, all right? Again, not this. I'm not saying anyone can say that, all right? Don't call me daddy, or lawyer daddy, or whatever daddy, all right? I don't know how to respond to that, and it makes me uncomfortable. That's personal boundaries, but yeah, personal boundaries. All right, even though I like redeems that are like sensual, like the RRR redeem and such, and I do ASMR stuff, it doesn't mean I'm flirty or I'm lewd or anything like that. It's just that it's entertainment. What about father? Why would you call me father? Do I look like a priest? Anyhow, yeah. Sexual harassment happens very often. Let's see examples. Requesting sexual favor, whispering at another user and asking them for sexual favor, asking a broadcaster to expose themselves. Yeah, don't do anything like this. This is exactly what we are talking about. Making unsolicited objectifying statements relating to the sexual body parts or practices of another person. Yeah, all this stuff. Don't do this. Don't DM people about this. Don't do it on chat as well. You would be the coolest priest I know. Sweet whispers are moderated too. Yes, of course. It would be weird that whispers are not moderated, all everywhere should be. Anything that involves like social media services, like Discord DMs, direct messages, are moderated as well. You can report them. Doesn't make sense that those cannot be reported. Those are the best places for harassers, abusers to make all these things, say all these things. Making repeated comments on related to another person's perceived attractiveness. Yeah, so this is very often as well. Like, it's not like I mean, you can say things like your model looks nice. It has a very cool design. It's beautiful and such, right? At least for VTubers. But you shouldn't be like, oh my god, look at that. Insert here specific body part. So nice, blah blah blah. Make all sorts of weird lewd comment on the things. There's something very, very I would say even I feel very uncomfortable if people make that sort of comment. Thank you for going over this. I have a hard time reading over things of this length. I have to go now, but is it really going to be available as a VOD? Well, it is, because I feel like this is a new community guidelines has been updated. So yeah, it will be, for the time being, it will be on Twitch VOD, but afterwards it will be in my YouTube channel. But yeah, hope you have a good day, Gero. And thanks for dropping by. But yeah, so all these things, don't do it, right? Again, if you're a decent human being, you will never have to consider whether these things are wrong or right. Always imagine when you're speaking to me, or when you're speaking to another person in chat, imagine yourself that we're sitting together in a restaurant or in a public area. How would you talk to me in that scenario where other people are listening, right? Again, we're not having a one-on-one conversation. It'll be pretty weird, right? Pretty weird, like making comments on a person's appearance is very, very sexual in that. Yeah. Whispering other users. All right, so all this, I think I don't really need to explain. Stating that a person's attire reflects negatively on their sexual practices. I'm sorry? Stating that a person's attire reflects negatively on their sexual practices. I'm guessing this is more of a comment on a person or a VTuber's appearance being lewd, being having, like, for example, cleavage or something like that, I guess. Suggesting a person's channel is only popular or has not been banned due to sexual favors. Negativity, targeting a person with sexually focused terms such as yeah, don't do this. Making degrading statements about a person's sexual health. Don't do that. Coerce others into providing sexual content. No, don't do that. Right? Through threats, bribes, or inducements. Unwanted or unsolicited links. Okay. Sharing or threatening, share private, sexually suggestive or explicit content. Yep. Nope, don't do it. I think this is also part of, like, the sharing private information. You look. What did you write? You censored yourself? Oh, maybe. I guess that could be the what it meant. I don't think it's wrong to say that, though. Space. You don't have to self-censor yourself. Oh, okay. Understand. You do you, alright? When applicable, we will take indications from the individuals targeted by this behavior new account. Yeah. Streamers. So again, I like these statements that they keep saying. Streamers are leaders of communities they create or foster around them. Streamers should always consider consequences of their statements and actions of their audiences. sometimes unwanted focus or attention you can encourage, yeah, blah blah blah. This is very important. I think I'll just add on a bit. So even though, right, what I do, what I say is very important, that I don't violate any community guidelines, but at the same time I have a responsibility for what my chat or what my community say as well, right? If I let my community to say whatever they want without any consequences, that is on me as well. Of course, it is also on the audiences as well, but I will be liable as well when you, anyone here, is making any sort of a community guidelines violation. Hello, Isaac. Jake is a leader here. Yes. Technically speaking, we are leaders of sorts, right? We are leading people through our personality, to what we are streaming, what we are doing, what our interests are. We are basically showing what a person should be doing when we're in a community, right? Where it's a lot of analogy that we can go back to in real life, in the things that we stream, right? Like right now, what I'm doing is sort of like a live seminar, although yeah, not an actual live seminar. But imagine if we are in a live seminar, the people that are watching me you're just like sitting in front of me. Okay, you're just sitting in front of me, you're listening to me. So I am the person that you're listening to, and I'm responsible for the things I'm trying to convey to you all. And we in chat are just cult members. No, I said we're not playing Cult of the Lamb. Okay, I don't have Cult of the Lamb. Unfortunately, it's an expensive game. But yeah. So that's one example. The other thing is like, imagine if like we're together. If I'm playing a game, and I always imagine that when I'm playing a game and people are watching me, it's like when I was younger, I would always, when my brothers played games, I won't play games, I won't play with them, I'll be watching them play as well. So whatever they play or whatever they say about the game, actually I will listen to that, right? I will actually be influenced whether how they comment on what's happening on the game, if they do comment anything, and what they say will influence my behavior in one way or another, right? So that's one way. That's games. Then there are things like I think for art streams, it's like no, art streams is similar to games. It's like watching us doing whatever we do. So basically, at least for art, it's more of a you watch the person draw, do whatever, and then you try and learn from the person drawing. Which, on hindsight, I should caution people whenever I do my art stream, I should caution people, I'm not a professional artist. I absolutely know, I've not gone to any art courses. All my knowledge of art skills or techniques is based on internet, right? It's self-learned. So not the best place for people to learn how to draw, right? Not the best person to ask how to draw as well. But anyhow, the other example I was thinking of is, more generally, is what we stream, what we make as content for the audience, for you all, determines what's right and what's wrong, right? So the thing that a lot of people do, but it's deemed not a problem, is reaction videos, where basically when I'm streaming or someone is when I'm streaming, I'm not doing anything really. I just put up a YouTube video and let it run, and we're doing a watch along thing kind of thing, and react to whatever's happening that is on the video, either it's on YouTube or on Netflix or whatever. But the thing is, that's not allowed. That's not allowed in the TOS. It's not allowed in the community guidelines, because it's considered copyright infringement. But you know, for some reason, Twitch doesn't mind it at all. For most people, as well as anyone that is considered their top Twitch partners. But you see a lot of very popular streamers just sit there and watch other people's content, and apparently it's a very popular kind of stream, and people don't know that it's actually wrong to do things like that, right? Not just because it's copyright infringement. Imagine this. I play Ace Attorney, right? I upload all my Ace Attorney Let's Plays on my YouTube channel. Somehow, some reason, another Twitch streamer, maybe IZ, all right? I'm joking, all right? IZ, I'm just gonna use an example. IZ started streaming, but because he doesn't know what to stream or something, he just he just decided to use my YouTube channel and open up my Let's Plays of my Ace Attorney game and just watch, right? Well, and broadcasting it on his Twitch stream. For some reason, a lot of people are watching. A lot of people are watching IZ. IZ stream. All right, so good for IZ. IZ is getting a lot of views, a lot of followers, a lot of engagement with his stream. But what about me? What happens to me? What am I getting any benefit from it? Right. The only thing you can say is, oh, I'm getting exposure, which is a very sensitive word amongst working people. I'm getting exposure because the streamers, IZ is streaming my content, where normally people wouldn't even consider watching my content. But the thing is, you know, I'm not getting any benefit from it, other than the vague subjectiveness of exposure, right? I get a lot of exposure, quote unquote exposure, from people retweeting my stuff, sharing my stuff, but it doesn't seem like it's any practical benefit to me, right? So there's one thing, and essentially I don't give. My work is being exploited by another person's content, for another person's content. They are not. I'm putting all the work, all the effort in making this content for people, but at the end of the day, someone just simply went on YouTube and watched their content, so that they have this. That's the only thing they needed to do: open up YouTube and watch the thing. So, if we're talking about ethics, right? Reactionary videos are like the worst kind of thing that a streamer could do. And there's quite literally no justifications about it, other than, you know, people have been doing it for years and years, and nothing has. There were no problems. But you know what? If IZ did that, right? If IZ actually went and stream Let's Play videos from my channel, I can do copyright strike on him. So just to let anyone know, there is always the risk of getting copyright striked, copyright claim or copyright striked. if you do these sort of reactionary videos. But yeah, my point at the end of the day, at the end of this point, this subject is, whatever we do, quote unquote, as leaders, dictates what our community deems right, deems the right thing to do. So the more people do reactionary videos, the more likely people think it's not a problem, right? So that's one. We have the power to do good as well as to do bad. This is what I'm trying to say, right? We can educate people, or we can exploit people, and doing this and showing this to an audience tells them that, yeah, this is okay. My favorite VTuber is doing this. So it must be good, it must be right, must be totally legally okay, all right? So yeah, you have to think in the sense that, yeah, most people that watch a person's stream or likes their content, it's because they like them as a person. They build some people build very unhealthy parasocial relationship with the content creators, and inevitably they think they will not think about criticize what the person is doing is right or wrong. They will just assume, yep, he's famous, or he's famous, he has a lot of followers, he's very charismatic, he must be right. So yeah, parasocial is a really bad habit. Yep, it's a bad habit. I used to have it. I think I used to have a very bad parasocial relationship with YouTubers when I was younger. Not afraid to admit it, I was a really huge fan of PewDiePie. I was a huge fan of PewDiePie. And on hindsight, looking back, right, like the things he did, there were things that were very controversial, and even though the things that were controversial he did, I did not really, at that time I didn't see it as wrong, because, you know, I thought I knew, quote unquote, knew the person, so it must be a mistake, or it's nothing serious or anything like that. I always think like that. But now it's like, you know, you did something wrong, I can see it, I won't support you anymore. Things I can think like that now. But yeah, it's very difficult when in your life, right? I understand why parasocial exists. It's because in your own personal life, you might not have a person that you can look up to, you might not have a person that you can admire, or build a quote-unquote intimate relationship with the person. Intimate in the sense that, oh, this person understands me because his personality, his interests are very similar to me, and the things he talks, I really relate to it. So eventually you might think like, oh, I can really get along with this person. I know what this person likes, dislikes are, and blah blah blah, all that. Yeah. Am I right? I'm describing what a parasocial is. And yeah. Very bad. Anyhow. Isaac, you're a huge fan too? I see. You do you, alright? Hey, Isaac. You like whoever you want to like. Right, so moving on. Civility and respect, FAQ. What is the line between hateful conduct and harassment? Harassment becomes hateful conduct when the behavior is targeted at an individual based on the protected characteristic. Yeah, I don't think we need to really explain this. But apparently someone asked that question for it to put it in a FAQ. Hey, his content is good, don't judge me. Well, you know, personal taste, personal preferences. I said I only liked his horror game content. Everything else is like it's like I feel like he's not the best person to talk about anything else other than, you know, about games. The Minecraft content is the best for you. Oh, I don't think I've ever watched any of his Minecraft content. Actually, one of the reasons why I like horror games is because the PewDiePie is like one of the pioneers of horror games, alongside with people like Markiplier. That's how I got into horror games. Previously, not a fan of it. Am I required to communicate to another user that I feel harassed by their behavior? Yeah, no. All these things are very good. So actually, a few of these questions are really good. You probably need to read them as well. So I guess people are very people are too kind. People are too kind. Like, this question quite literally means, if I got harassed, should I tell the other person that I feel like that you are harassing me? This is the person is too kind. No, you don't have to tell them. All right, don't have to tell them that you are being harassed. When you feel like you're harassed, just report it. Right? Reporting is not wrong. Right? For all intents and purposes, unless you're like reporting a person just for the sake of reporting a person, reporting in itself is not wrong. But right, whether your reason is valid or not, the Twitch moderation team will decide whether it is harassment or not. I need to admit, I never do that. Yeah, I mean, most people won't. But I think people who are very afraid of like hurting someone or upsetting someone, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a family, right? That's why they think like, this good friend of mine or this family of mine is making me uncomfortable, is hurting me or something like that, is bothering me, but they don't know if that could be considered harassment. That's why maybe that's why they're asking this question, where they might need to, in this context, they need confirmation that they're being that these people are harassing them. It's kind of like it's like a I think the only analogy is like a toxic relationship, right? Imagine a toxic relationship. You love this person, but this person has been treating you badly, but you don't know if it's really this person treating you badly or it's because yourself that's the reason, right? Could be. At least this world still have pure, naive people. How can I indicate that a behavior is unwanted? You can indicate, but I don't think, yeah. We take context into account when determining whether a violation of a policy has occurred. And this extends to determining whether behavior against another user is unwanted. You can indicate to others that a behavior is unwanted in several ways. Yeah, so you can ban the person, you can time out the person, you can delete message. So these are all indication that the behavior is unwanted. In addition to reports submitted. Yeah, so do all these things and then submit a report. I enjoy friendly banter and trash talk. How can I make it clear that I don't intend to harass anyone? If a person has to ask this question, they are not very good at banter or trash talk then. Man, I don't I do weird banter for myself. All right, I think I can say this. I do very weird, obvious banter. Like if I was like having a real argument with people, or I don't think people would take me seriously. It would be very obvious I was joking, but then again, I don't often banter or do trash talk. It's because it's not my nature to humiliate people or shame people or like attack people or anything like that. I just don't feel comfortable doing it. But yeah, if a person has to like say, how can I tell the person that I'm just joking? You probably, in the first place, you probably should ask if the things that you are talking about is actually comfortable with the other person, right? For the person to talk about. Not ask Twitch about this. Ask Twitch whether you're just doing a friendly banter or trash talking. Be cognizant of others. So apparently Twitch has to answer this question. Teaching people how to be people. Be cognizant of others. Some people only recognize or enjoy banter when they have an established relationship with the other person. If someone asks you to stop and indicates that your conduct is unwanted, such as through a channel timeout, continuing. If someone timed out you, right? I think it's very obvious. They don't think it's friendly banter or trash talk. Continue to target them after that point. It will be seen as a deliberate attempt to harass. If a discussion becomes heated and goes beyond friendly banter, consider removing yourself from the conversation to prevent the situation from escalating further. Additionally, some topics are generally not viewed as acceptable banter by the community, such as sending sexual solicitations or encouraging others to harm themselves. You should not engage in these behaviors, and doing so would jeopardize your Twitch account. Yeah, so always the first general rule in not violating your community guidelines. Don't even think about violating community guidelines. Can I suspend for sexually suggestive conversation if I do not intend to harass anyone? Our guidelines on sexual harassment do not apply in conversations where there is clear mutual consent. Yeah, so, you can be flirty and such, but always find out if people are comfortable and they have consented to it. However, even if both parties clearly have an established relationship, we will issue an enforcement if we obtain any indication from that target that sexually harassing statements made on Twitch are unwanted, or if mutual consent is not explicitly clear. A person's physical appearance or attire is not an indication of solicitation or consent. So they make it very clear. So let's say there is a lewd tuber or anything like that, and their VTuber model is, lewd, doesn't mean they are soliciting sexual favors or trying to be, have a sexual conversation or anything like that. A person's physical appearance, Additionally, please note that sexual commentary that is graphic or extended, even if you're not in violation of our sexual harassment policy, is still subject to our sexually suggestive content policy. This one. This is like a wishy-washy rule that community guidelines has. Sexually suggestive content. Did they remove it? I think not. We haven't reached that point yet. Oh man, I think we're still in civility and respect. We're only halfway through the community guidelines. Can I be suspended for hateful or harassing content that viewers put on my stream? Yeah, yes, you can be suspended. You are responsible for ensuring that content that appears on your stream abides by your terms of service and community guidelines. If harassing or hateful content does appear on your stream, we expect that you take the necessary steps to mitigate this behavior and keep it from happening again. We will not suspend broadcasters that we find that to be acting in good faith to remove abuse appearing from third parties and external sources, such as by using auto-mod, timeouts, and channel bans. Conversely, we encourage you to report users who attempt to put hateful or harassing content on your channel, as this will lead to a suspension of their Twitch accounts. Right. So, content that viewers put on my stream. So basically, if let's say, if you or me do a stream, play a game like Overwatch, okay, and we play it together. If let's say, I'm gonna use Isaac as another example because Isaac has played Overwatch with me together. If somehow Isaac type things that are very, very sus, that is clearly in violation of community guidelines, it's my responsibility to make sure he doesn't do that. Or since Overwatch has voice chat, right? If he said anything very sus that is as well against community guidelines, I will have to take actions against that as well to make sure Isaac doesn't do that. So yeah, I can't say I can't do anything. Isaac is being Isaac, you know. Isaac is being Isaac. I can't do anything. It's beyond my control. No, as a streamer, as a Twitch streamer, that is my responsibility. Whatever Isaac is doing, I have to make sure he doesn't do it. Yeah, he complies with community guidelines as well. Good luck stopping me. Right, so next on. Are streamers responsible for hateful content in their channel? Yes. Streamers are role models. Yeah, so they are very clear on this. Streamers are role models and leaders of their communities they create or foster around them. Streamers are expected to use channel moderators and the tools we provide, such as auto mode, chat timeouts, and bans, to mitigate hateful conduct in their channel. Not using the provided tools to moderate hateful conduct appearing on the channel or otherwise attempting to mitigate the behavior content will lead to suspension. Yeah, so yep, anything really. From how far we've read the community guidelines, you can be very certain whatever your community does, whatever your chat does, affects you as a streamer on Twitch. Is your responsibility. What slurs are considered violated? You know, if you have to ask this, just don't say it. Okay? We do not make our list of prohibited slurs public so as to not enable or facilitate evasion of this policy. We take context into account when evaluating whether the use of a slur violates our policies. That's it, right? I mean, the obvious slurs we know should not be said in any circumstance. But, you know, again, I have to raise this, give awareness to this, is people still use the R word to the R word, which is late, which is late in French, right, but not in English. Okay, that word unfortunately is still commonly used among the among us. Among us, I accidentally say that, among us. Anyhow, people see, that's one of the reasons one of the reasons why I stopped being the guild leader in the gacha game I used to manage. It's because there are several people in the guild that's like, you're censoring me, you're restricting me from saying what I want to say. Well, the things you're saying is not good, you know. And I tried explaining this very thoroughly, but at the end of the day, they don't see from my perspective. So I was very tired to try and make them change their minds, because even if they're not doing it right, because I was the guild leader, I get the sense that I'm the party pooper. Which gacha game? Epic 7. Sorry for the old caps. It's Epic 7. Very, very good gacha game, I would say. But yeah, I had the feeling that I was not welcomed because of, you know, I was the party pooper. I had all sorts of these rules that restrict people from being themselves and such. So, you know, people didn't like me. I had a feeling that people didn't like me and the things that I'm trying to do with the guild. And so I just, you know, you don't like me, I'll just give the job, give the leader to another person to do it. And I was like, part of me is like sad, but part of me is like, ooh. That was a huge weight off my shoulder. A huge weight off my shoulder. I was so relaxed after that. I was so relaxed after not being a guild leader. You have no idea how stressful being a guild leader in Epic 7 or maybe in any other gacha game with the guild system. I had to manage so many things. There's so many drama happening within the guild. There's so many small issues I have to like look into. I have to mediate. Oh boy, man. But I learned a lot of things. I learned a lot of things just by being a guild leader, where I'm not paid at all. I've learned how to manage. I learned how to learn leadership skills. I learned social skills. I learned how to resolve matters. I learned how to be strict when I have to be. Luckily, I just had a guild with in real life friends, but in Guardian Tales, Guardian Tales is a nice game as well. I didn't play the game because I didn't have any friends, so playing by myself was really boring. But yeah, that's it, right? That's it. If anyone has the chance to be in a guild, especially a guild where they have all a very active community, like they are very active in chatting in game as well as outside the game, like Discord servers. I would still recommend it for people to join a guild, a social group like that, because it's an experience that you can never find anywhere else. I can guarantee you that, at least for me. It's like my only way to actually have a social life. Even though I was like, it was just a few years ago. It doesn't matter how old you are, whether you're in your teenage years or your 20s or 30s. When you're playing a game, when you're playing a gacha game, and you have a guild system, and everyone's very passionate about the game. Nobody cares about who you are. They just want you to play the game and talk about the game and share about the game. It's a very nice experience, right? It's just that, you know, for me, as time went by, I was a matured guy. I was a matured person. A lot of things I couldn't accept, right? I was I'm comfortable with. But you know, that is life. Anyhow, very very far. It was a very very far tangent that I went. Let's just go back here. But yeah, certain people think words like the R word is fine, but for me, and I think for a lot of people who have mental disabilities as well, or mental illnesses, is going to be in disagreement on that statement. Right. What does Twitch handle human satire? I don't think we need really to do. Alright, well, I'm curious. What does Twitch say? We do not tolerate hateful or harassing behavior or conduct that encourages or incites hate or harassment in any way. However, we allow users to discuss content that is hateful or harassing for the purpose of satire or education.
Hydrate.
Doctor, man, you're making me drink things. I like that doctor is like just quietly listening me to, you know, taking jabs at Isaac and not protecting him. I think. Are you sure if both of you are like good friends or just acquaintances? You speak need drink. Ah, yes. I do need drink. Doctor abandoned me. As long as this context is clear. Yeah, so we can talk about all this harassment and hateful conduct for satire and education, like how I'm doing right now. All this conversation that we're having is not to, I mean, joking about it once in a while, maybe it's okay. Like joking with the intention of making sure that that joke is trying to tell people that this is not right to do all of that. So yeah, I think I don't really need to. This is basically Twitch telling me what is humor, what is satire, what is educational, what is being educational. I'm surrounded by mods, feel the tension of being watched. I always almost have your back, bro. You still haven't slept, doctor? You need to get some rest. Oh, is it late? Yeah, it's probably pretty late for you, doctor. I mean, it's 1 AM over here. I'll try to go through this as fast as possible, you know. But man, Twitch, yeah, again, if you don't know how to be a person, read Twitch community guidelines. Are all hateful violations treated equally? No. Yeah, I can tell you with no, without even reading this. We will take actions on all instances of hateful conduct and harassment. With increasing severity of enforcement, behavior is targeted, personal, graphic, or repeated, prolonged, incites further abuse or otherwise, or involves threats of violence or coercion. The most egregious violations may result in definite suspension on the first offense. Yeah, so they tell you, yeah, they're gonna make sure to take actions, but again, equal punishment, equal enforcement? I don't think so. Right, I don't think so. Depends on who the streamer is. It depends on who the person is. What is this sleep you speak of? It's called blacking out to the land of dreams. But some people don't dream, so yeah, quite literally, for them it's considered going unconscious or blacking out. How should I handle cases of financial criminal misconduct? Call your local authority. But yeah, I don't think I have to read this. It's like really simple stuff. Illegal activity, and I don't think I would read this as well. Oh, breaking laws, you know, people shouldn't be breaking laws, but I do need to read this just for passing by, all right? Or third option, why? Hi, doctor. It's a long day ahead of you, right? Weekend is soon. Weekend is coming soon. So, you know, sleep early now, then you can enjoy more of weekends. I mean, sure, Purin doesn't stream for long, but you know, you need the energy, you need the stamina to focus on Purin streams. For example, without pushing for rights. So yeah, so intellectual property rights. You know, people shouldn't do copyright infringement. You shouldn't be doing karaoke streams. You shouldn't be doing karaoke streams. You shouldn't be using background music that is not not owned by you. You know, like like Ace Attorney music. Luckily, I don't need to work at the moment. Why is this weekend you speak of? Oh, do you work on weekends, doctor? I guess when you say it like that, you probably do work on weekends. So yeah, you know, copyright infringement. Don't use content that is not yours. You know, don't stream Netflix on Twitch. Apparently you can stream Netflix on Discord now. Quite interesting, right? You can't do reactionary videos, you know, copyright infringement. You can't do cover songs, that's considered copyright infringement. You can't do you can't use other people's art, it's considered copyright infringement. You have Saturday and Sunday work. Oh, so sad. Sorry to hear that. Working on weekends is pretty bad. Wait, so you work every day, doctor? That's even sadder. Then you don't have like a weekend someday. Any day, every day. Oh my goodness. Our doctor is a workaholic. Is he? Well, I don't think so, because he told me he poops 30 minutes while working. Right, so intellectual properties. Yeah, pirated games or content from authorized private servers. So yeah, don't pirate games, okay? Twitch community guidelines says no, no to piracy. Okay, so I don't think I have to really get into this. I have specific videos talking about copyright infringement. Even a whole Christmas because money. Oh, doctor. Yeah, you work because of money, nothing else. Oh wait, because you want to spend money on Purin, right? Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I put on company's time. Right, sensitive content. I don't think I have to explain this. Extreme violence, gore, and other obscene conduct. Yeah, but I do need to take note is that you know, this violence or this gore and stuff is specifically real life stuff. Like maybe it's if someone was vlogging or someone was doing in real life streams or something like that, then yeah, this sort of violence is a no-no on streams. But if it's on in games, right, I think they mentioned this or something like that. That in games it's fine. Yeah, don't show anything that can be found in the internet that has violence, real life violence, and all that stuff. No, don't show it. Got to get money for all the upcoming subathons. Nani? Upcoming subathons? Not including mine, right? You totally forgot. Totally forgot. Just forget about that. Just forget about it. Whatever I'm talking about, you know? Well, yeah. Tomorrow. Even yours? No. What have I done? I'm regretting I put the putting the goal of me cosplaying and then dancing as the final sub goal. Now seems like it's going to happen. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Hey, Stream Elements broke the rules. Wait, what? Stream Elements broke what rule? Anyhow, let's move on. Sexually explicit content and sexual services. Post links, just a joke. I think, yeah, you can't post links in my channel, unfortunately. But it's because, you know, past experiences. But I have a Discord server there, so there shouldn't be any excuse for people wanting to share stuff. Right, so explicit content, sexual services, this is something that is very obvious. I don't think I have to talk about this. So anything that's considered like pornographic or like sexually explicit kind of content is not allowed. But the one that's much more vague, much more ambiguous is sexually suggestive content. So what is considered sexually suggestive content? A lot of people have different opinions on this. So we'll see what does this mean. So they have examples. Content or camera focus on breast, buttocks, or pelvic region, or including poses that deliberately highlight these elements. So I can demonstrate. All right. So this means that whenever I stream, I shouldn't be doing this. All right. I shouldn't focus this area. You see, I shouldn't focus the breast area. Although I'm a dude, so I don't have breasts. So just imagine. Oh, sorry. Just imagine I have breasts. Anyhow. Oh my god, I choked. Okay, I'm back. Now I need to make gender band fan of you. Oh no. Dahlia Bear, please. Well, there's nothing wrong. I always wanted to do a gender band myself, but didn't have the time or have the reason to do it. I said, seems like you really need to get on the Jake rule scenery. Wait, did I do? Yeah, actually, we say that, right? What was that? Yeah. I remember now. The subathon I did for my birthday, my 100+ sub goal was I will have a gender band Vroid model for myself. I did made a sub goal for that during that subathon, but luckily it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So yeah, groping or explicit gestures directing towards breast, buttocks, or genitals. So you see, I shouldn't be doing this, okay? Over here, right? Don't do this. Don't do these sort of gestures. Fetishizing behavioral activities such as focusing on body parts of sexual gratification or erotic roleplay. Featuring sex toys, erotic dances, pole dances, or acrobatic with sexually suggestive framing. Posting, displaying, or sharing erotica, including detailed descriptions of sex acts or pornography. Yeah, so nothing about bathtub streams, hot bathtub streams. BRB, we get something to drink. Alright. Alright. Accidentally showed content that was sexually explicit, will my account be suspended? Your account won't be if you do your best. I think that's what I remember reading this. It's your responsibility, yes, and then review it privately. Content that breaks the can be reported, and moderation may take appropriate action on that content, removing the content, issuing a suspension. Yeah, so don't even have that possibility, even have a possibility of that happening. If viewers mass report my channel for sexual content, can I be suspended if I did nothing wrong? Yeah, this is not something true. Even if a channel has been mass reported, which probably has happened very often with the with streamers that are very popular, because a lot of them do a lot of stupid things, controversial things that they get reported. But no, the mass reporting doesn't mean that you will be suspended, or actions will be taken against you, right? Are there restrictions against nudity and sexual content in emotes, badges, and cheer modes? Yes. All subscriber emotes are subject to the policies detailed in the subscriber emoticon guide. But I talked about this, I think, with Diabear maybe? That emotes, if emotes are sus, you shouldn't be, it is in violation of, community guidelines. Where do they say it though? Emote tips and ideas. Try running blah 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 blah. Removing an emote, rearranging, manual mode, auto resize mode. Wait, oh, this is not. All subscriber emotes are subject to the policies detailed in the subscriber emoticon guide. Because subscriber emoticons are available for use globally across Twitch and highly visible outside their original channels, our emoticon guidelines may be more restrictive than our general community guidelines. Please refer emote guidelines section. Is it this one? I don't think I've ever read this before. Maybe this is something new. Wait. But then again, this is the same page. Most sus I have are... this one? Wait. That is not sus. It's a very legit emote, okay? But the drooling one, I think there's a lot of it. And I think it's fine. It's like the even like there's the ahegao emote, which I see a lot. I don't think there's a problem with it as well. But then I don't know. I don't think people have reported that emote. That's why it's prevalent. But yeah, for me, I don't think I would have that. I would never have that as an emote for my channel. But yeah, they say they had some sort of policies for emotes, but so far I don't see it. This is just tips. I don't see where it says that what you can use and what you can't use. More emote modifiers. Emote to change your existing emotes in fun, interesting ways. Wait, what? There's such a thing? Modified emotes. Is this a thing? I feel like this is emote guidelines. What? Man, that is very creepy. It's a very creepy Shrek emote. Okay, right. Modify. Okay, yeah. So this is for partners. Meh. For partners only. Never mind then. So, well, just keep in mind, apparently for partners, emotes can be modified depending on the tier. What's that? Dab slide? Nothing wrong with dab. Yeah, so you tell me there's more stuff, but I don't see anything more. Alright, this is the emote guidelines, which I've seen before. Affiliates. Alright, let's read affiliates. Has not received, has not had an emote denied or removed within it's in our rules and guidelines. My email was rejected. I believe my email was the emote guidelines and should have been accepted. What can I do? Can you just tell me exactly why my email was rejected? You tell me emote guidelines, but I have no idea. The emote guidelines doesn't tell me what can be put and not. What do you do? Just cry. What do I need to get to my emote approved? I lost an instant upload due to blah blah blah. Why is my emote rejected? When I see more objectionable or similar content elsewhere on Twitch. If you see any content on Twitch that you believe does not uphold our emote guidelines or community guidelines, you may report that content or channel by filing a user report. Violate Twitch rules. I'm bothered by an email showing up in my chat, but it does not violate Twitch rules. How can I avoid missing it? Yeah, so alright, blah blah blah. I don't see a thing that tells me what emotes I can use other than, you know, community guidelines. This is very bad. Guide, emote guide. Well, anyways, I'm just gonna assume as long as we do not violate the community guidelines, it means that that the emotes are safe to use. Right, let's move on. How does Twitch handle nudity in gaming? Get set, right? Get on the floor. Nudity in gaming. Yeah, so this one I've read it. I've read it. It specifically mentioned The Witcher. Alright, so let's just read it again. Games featuring nudity, pornography, sex, or sexual violence as a core focus or feature are entirely prohibited. Custom gameplay or visual modifications that include nudity or sex content, including uncensored patches in otherwise allowed games, are prohibited. Learn more about prohibited games. So there's a list of prohibited games Twitch provides, but it's not it's very, I would say, limited. Blah blah blah. So this is the list. All right, I don't need to show it. Games are restricted from broadcasting. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Focusing our broadcast around sexual content or in-game nudity in otherwise allowed game will result in enforcement action against your Twitch account. When interacting with in-game nudity or sexual content in a permitted game, such as The Witcher, users may only spend as much time as required to progress. In addition, users may not engage in simulated sexual activity or erotic roleplay with other players in the online game. Games that primarily consist of user-generated content, in-game roleplay, or interactions in virtual reality are not exempt from this policy. Everybody to the dinosaur. So yeah, that's why is Purin still playing Witcher? She's still playing Witcher, right? But not this week. So yeah, she has to be very careful. We all know when, I think Witcher is a very popular game. We all know when the thing is gonna happen. She played a bit just now. Oh, let's see. You have the you have the censored mod. Nice. But then, you know, even if you can't see it, it is happening. So that might be still a problem. Might still be a problem. You know, the motions, the physics that happens, or you know, as well as the voices, the moans that happens during the scenes. Very sus. But I don't know how you would be able to avoid it other than, you know, totally skip the cutscenes. Yandere Simulator, that game was just gory. I have no idea why that is included. Well, it's included inside the prohibited games, right? So it could be something that is not just because maybe there's nudity inside, but also violence that is not acceptable for Twitch. Without nudity, users are prohibited from broadcasting, uploading content that contains depictions of real nudity. Right, so I don't think there's any problem with this one. Incomplete censoring. Attire. Right, so this attire relates to us as the streamer. There are way worse things that are allowed. But the game was about game that and other stuff related to that. There's a lot of game. I would say that the list that Twitch has for prohibited games is not exhaustive. It's probably a lot of games that are very sus as well. You know, there is a game about, you know, historical controversial figures as well, and I don't think it's part of the prohibited games list in Twitch, but I'm very certain that it's a game that cannot be streamed. Anyhow, so we're gonna look at this one. Maybe they have changed it. I'll see. In order to set consistent standards, allow creators to express themselves without exposing our community to inappropriate content, with an entire policy with detailed examples below. We aim to be transparent around our standards and expectations to empower creative expression and boost creators' confidence with a clear understanding of our guidelines. The list of contextual exceptions outlined below is not exhaustive. If you find yourself in a situation that is not described by an exception, then we expect you to follow the standard guidelines. Yandere Simulator isn't such. So far I know. Is there a weird secret? Haven't seen the game for a long time now. Not so sure. I don't think so. I mean, I even seen Let's Plays on YouTube. I don't think it's that bad. When YouTube allows it. Even YouTube allows it. Oh, I'm sitting in a very weird position. Gonna unstrip myself. Alright, standard guidelines. We don't permit streamers to be fully or partially nude, including exposing genitals or buttocks. We do not permit a visible outline of genitals. Even when covered, broadcasting nude or partially nude minors is always prohibited, regardless of context. For those who present as women, we ask that you cover your nipples. We do not permit exposed underbust. Cleavage is unrestricted as long as these coverage requirements are met. Yeah, so no underboobs and no nipples. Also no visible outline of genitals. This actually is a thing for YouTubers, and I don't know how to tell them about this. It's a really risky thing for people to, you know, do this for their VTuber models. Yeah, I even have a mutual who actually has a very sus VTuber model. I won't name names, but I'm pretty sure people who do this sort of content know the risks, right? Where how they present themselves in a very lewd way. So that's why, again, for me, it's like if people are violating community guidelines, if people are doing something illegal or doing something that is unethical, it's not my place to you know, call out on these things when they are adults. Clearly they are adults, and clearly they have their own responsibility, they have discretion, they have freedom to do things. So yeah, haven't seen that game for a long time now, so not sure. Well, you haven't seen the game because there's a huge controversy happening behind the scenes with the game's developer, which is just a person, which is just one guy. You're about to watch a stream that contains child murder, cannibalism, and very hard psychology horror. That is a child murder. Are you talking about Made in Abyss? Because Made in Abyss is, you know, is one of the game. Is a game? No, oh, it's a different game. But yeah, now you mentioned that, right? Now because the game is actually we use an actual minor, we use an actual child. So I'm not sure I can stream that. I want to get that. I considered getting that game because I recently binge watch Made in Abyss. I finished season 1. I haven't finished season 2. Yeah. There's a game called Cooking Companions. Wait, what? It doesn't sound bad. It's way worse. Oh no. I love the anime though. Yeah, the anime is pretty good so far for me, but it's very traumatizing, and I wouldn't recommend anyone watching it though. It has been on my mind for a long time because the people have been saying, oh, it's a very horrific game to watch, a horrific anime to watch. And I was like, maybe it's not that bad. And once I finished season 1, it's like, yep, it's really bad. It's really bad. There were certain scenes I could not even watch. I had to skip. It is just that terrible. For all streamers, you must cover the area extending from your hips to the bottom of your pelvis and buttocks. For those areas of the body where coverage is required, coverage must be fully opaque. Sheer or partially see-through clothing does not constitute sheer or partially see-through clothing does not constitute coverage. Augmented reality avatars that translate real-life motion into digital characters are subject to this standard. As in cosplay and other costumes. Hey, they're talking about us. They're talking about VTubers. For details on how this policy applies to in real life outdoors and body art, please continue reading. Yes, didn't expect a lot of things there just because it looks like it would be for kids. Yeah, I mean, if you have no idea what that anime is about, you haven't seen any conversations about Made in Abyss, you probably think, yeah, it's about the protagonist is a kid. It shouldn't be the bad, right? Oh no, the Japanese anime authors, manga artists, or how you call them, they don't pull any punches with that anime. Right, broadcasters, their co-hosts, and invite guests engaging in general in real life streaming outside who must follow standard body coverage expectations. Yeah, so these are all the same. They're all the same. So basically, I can boil down whatever they are trying to say over this contextual exception is if you're in a beach, right? You can wear swimsuits. If so, the thing with how they worded this, right? That if you're in a beach, then it's fine to wear things like a swimsuit. But because they worded it like that, their intention is not to make all those hot tub streams prohibited. It's actually to allow these hot tub streams to happen, right? Because if you're in the hot tub, then what would you be expecting when you're in a hot tub? You'll be wearing some clothing that's appropriate for hot tubs. So hence, this exception they have put in. If they didn't put this exception in, a lot of streamers would be in trouble. And of course, there's body art, but I don't think that's a common thing. At least maybe right now. Maybe in the past, it's very common for streamers to try to escape, quote unquote, escape the violation of community guidelines by just painting body art on them, and then yeah, I'm covered. No, that doesn't work. Anyhow, I don't think I've really explained this, but I see there's an entire FAQ. I don't think this why are this supposed to rule says yeah, they are the same. Nothing to really how to say look into this. I mean, it used to be people used to make a lot of big hoo-ha on what people wear and such, and what's appropriate or not, but I think most of it has been curbed, hopefully. I'm not part of the community. I'm not part of the community where all these streamers are, where they are like very nearing on the line of violating the community guidelines, right? You've heard of streams where people like do subathons, or do sort of like subathons where when you pay a certain amount of money, the streamers would write your name or write certain things on their bodies. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's still a thing, but I would say a lot of these rules surrounding attire is because of those controversial streams that has happened. Also, ASMR streams is something that apparently is not considered. It's not part of the either sexually explicit content or sexually suggestive content, apparently, right? Because as far as I know, like a lot of ASMR streams where people do licking noises, which is very weird. It's not considered sexually suggestive, if not sexually explicit. But yeah, that's me talking about stuff. I'm just gonna move on. A lot of things that I find Twitch shouldn't allow, but they allow either way. Ear content when they beat the mic with metal can. Wait, what? Pardon, doctor? What does that mean? Beat the mic with metal can. How is that enjoyable? I don't see why it's enjoyable. Anyhow, account usernames and display names. Yes. I don't. Basically, this one is just about, you can't use usernames. You can't have display names that is very sus, that is sexually explicit, or have anything that would be considered against the community guidelines and such. So yeah. Do take note. This is sometimes I see people's usernames is very sus. Like maybe they will put things like 69 in their username, or they might put like thirsty, or like they have like put in sexy something, which is on the brink of, it's not appropriate. That's one ASMR. Wait, you put a metal can on top mic and beat it with stick. Literally. Okay, that's what ASMR is on TikTok, at least. Wow, man. Longer I live, the more weird things people do for entertainment. And I thought my horror ASMR rating was weird. Mine is pretty tame, I would say. Yeah, so I don't really think I need to explain this. Don't put such weird names for your username. Then we have prohibited games that we talked about earlier, right? Obviously, this is like I think this is not, but yeah, this is like games that are really controversial, really things that you should even consider playing on stream. Then we have prohibited gambling content, and I think this is a new one. We do not allow users to share links or affiliate codes to sites that contain slots, roulettes, or dice games. Yeah, so this is a rule that was recently implemented this year, where apparently a lot of people were sponsored by online gambling companies to stream gambling games, online gambling games. Suffice to say, they were like people were not how do you say, transparent about it, as in they were sponsored by companies to play those games. So the streamers aren't actually gambling their own money. They were given virtual coins or virtual currency to play those games. Yeah, peeps played a lot of gambling on here. Yeah, I think I was curious, and then I searched for streams like that. Apparently it's still there, it's still here. People are still streaming this sort of a type of content, and I guess there was some way to circumvent this, but yeah, still quite a popular type of stream, I think. But I do need to check again whether it is still prevalent or not. But yeah, don't stream any game that is like actually gambling. It shows actual gambling, using real money to do all these things. But if you really want to stream gambling games, might I suggest Yakuza series. I recommend playing Yakuza series for those games where they have all those mini games as gambling stuff. Quite literally, I would say just play them for the sake of, it's fun to play these games without any risk of, using real money. Just play gacha games as gambling games. Yep. As I would say, any normal person would find they are gambling games, loot boxes game. They are quite literally loot box games, but I think because of certain laws or something like that, or certain definitions, because of how gacha games do their thing, they are not considered gambling, apparently. But yeah, if you want to play actual gambling games like blackjack, what's that other game? Poker, and maybe mahjong or whatever that is. Play them in those sort of game in Yakuza. In Yakuza, there's a lot of different gambling games where you don't have to use actual money. You can get Kiryu or whatever protagonist is you're using to farm the money, and just sit there and then play gambling mini games for hours. Not to say I played those mini games for hours, but they are quite addicting. I'm gonna move on before I incriminate myself or anything like that. All right. I do need to read this, alright, for the sake of completion. Furthermore, similar to our prohibited games policy, we do not allow this site to be streamed on Twitch or linked to in chat. We consider many factors in determining whether a site is allowed, including whether a site includes safety protections such as deposit limits, waiting periods, and age verification systems. We also take into account whether streamers use or encourage VPNs to evade geo-blocking, and whether the site is licensed in the US or other jurisdictions that provide sufficient consumer protections. So yeah, apparently you can't share links or affiliate codes to site that contains slots, roulettes, or dice games. But doesn't say anything about playing the game itself. We do not allow the sites below to be streamed or on Twitch or linked to it. So certain sites only, apparently. Only certain sites, they don't allow you to stream gambling stuff. Right? So they have this. We do not allow the following sites or associated domains. So they do not allow this for sites. But just because they say this, right, it means that other sites, it's fine. So strictly speaking, they are just moderating, they are regulating which gambling sites can be streamed, which is still terrible, because this Twitch allows minors to watch people stream. So minors would be watching people gamble, and I don't think that's a very good thing to do, right? Essentially, you're kind of like encouraging minors to gamble when they are able to gamble when they get older, when they are of age. Are free social versions of this website allowed? No, we don't allow free social versions of the sites listed below. Does it policy prohibit fantasy sports betting in poker? No, we still permit broadcasting websites focus on fantasy sports betting, and poker at this time. Yeah, so apparently poker is okay. Authenticity. Oh man. Alright, so this is the last one. We don't have a lot left, so impersonation. So quite simply, you don't impersonate anyone, right? I said don't pretend to be me. man, sorry, I'm using you as a punching bag. Don't impersonate me, okay? Yeah. Then spam, scams, and other malicious conduct. I don't think anyone does this. Hopefully, no actual real person spams or scams or do any malicious conduct, right? Don't be the GFX bot that we hate so much. Then we have suspension, evasion, quite simple. If you get banned and you try to create a new account to avoid ban or ban specifically in chat or with your account or anything, it's not right. It's in violation of the community guidelines. Hello, I'm Jake. I am a YouTuber. Like to speak about sussy stuff on stream. Oh no! I said, what have you done? My reputation is going to be affected by you impersonating me. 2 Jakes, bruh. Yeah. So that's it, right? It's oh, what? Nemo! Hey, Nemo! Oh. Thank you for the shout. Oh, thank you for the follow, set Teeny Warrior. Alright, thank you. Thank you for it. Hello, I'm Jake Lights, gaming lawyer at your service. I'm a real life lawyer as well. As you can see, right now I'm doing a sort of a live seminar, looking through the community guidelines of Twitch. It's a rare occasion for me to be able to rate you like this. Yes, indeed. I don't think it's gonna happen very often because I don't usually stream around this time. Very rarely stream around this time. It's gonna change next week. It's gonna change back to my morning schedule. But I don't know. Is this schedule good? I don't think so. I'm missing a big part of my community. The people that usually watch me is not watching me during this time, so you know. But yeah, I'm a variety content creator. I do all sorts of streams. I play games. I draw as well. You know, I recently finished Ace Attorney, so sad. So I do a lot of voice acting stuff as well. I have a lot of redeems that involves voice acting, doing weird voices. I probably going to be playing a new game next week, but I have not decided which one. But yeah, how was your stream away? What were you doing? Were you playing Genshin Impact? Don't you have commissions to do, Nemo? Or you don't have? Started with Dota too. Oh, Dota. Dang it, don't remind me. So yeah, I'll do it tomorrow, okay? Yes, always leave it tomorrow, okay? We'll wait for tomorrow. And then tomorrow, when tomorrow comes, tomorrow again. Genshin is the top priority. No, Isaac, don't encourage bad behavior at least for Nemo, right? Everyone else can play Genshin except Nemo. Oh goodness. Well, I'm going to be finishing the community guidelines actually very soon because I'm going to have a few things to talk about. But it's going to be quite easy to talk about as well. Harmful misinformation actors. Basically, we remove users whose online presence is dedicated to persistently sharing widely disproven and broadly shared harmful misinformation topics. I think, yeah, I've talked about it. This is nothing new, where maybe Twitch. I haven't heard anyone spreading misinformation via Twitch, but spreading misinformation via Twitter, oh boy, there's a lot. It's a lot of people who do that. Why am I the only one? Well, you're the only one who is doing commission work. But yeah, so should I really explain this? Well, yeah, I'll just briefly tell you what is considered misinformation, right? Misinformation, as per what Twitch has mentioned here, right, is anything that is not true, and because of the things that is not true has been spread, has been shared as if it is true, has become problematic, has become harmful. Harmful in the sense that it will endanger people's life, endanger people's health, as well as anything that is physical or mental. Right? Spreading misinformation of COVID is the prominent example, right? Telling people that vaccination doesn't work, or telling people that quarantine efforts doesn't work, or telling people certain medical practices that was not medical treatments, or superficial, traditional, weird, self-proclaimed treatments on COVID works is also bad. All this causes people lives, right? I've seen it a lot, seen it happen a lot, seen a lot of articles talking about people losing their life just because they believe all these things. Is very tragic. So make sure you don't spread, just don't say like anything that you like that may relate to all this stuff. We may cause people to lose their life, may act on it. That's what I'm trying to say. My medical treatments are 100% safe. No, doctor, no misinformation. Don't sell snake oils is, I think, the phrase, right? Don't sell snake oils to people, because in the past people sold snake oils as a cure-all of sorts for all sorts of disease or anything like that. But yeah, that's one thing. There's the other thing of spreading misinformation of election proceedings. Well, as in all these things that happens in the United States for some reason. Mine are 120% more effective. Wow, what treatment are you guys doing? I want to have some as well. Haha, just joking. We're all just joking, right? Please, I hope everyone's just joking. Man, I'm getting really hungry. I'm really getting really tired. I'm not really tired actually. I'm just hungry. Oh boy. Well, we only have one left. So, content labeling. Boy, oh boy. They leave this one at the very bottom. I wonder why. Right? I wonder why Twitch left this at the very bottom. Content labeling. Bloody hell. Mine is those 199% more cheaper. With small monthly payments. And I saw Roti Canai on Twitter right now. Bloody hell, don't tell me Roti Canai. Oh, I haven't had Roti Canai for a long time. I should probably had some tomorrow. Oh boy. One thing I hate about night streams is I don't get to go out during the night. Bloody hell. Oh well. Also, the other thing is, my brother is still... My sister-in-law has recovered from her COVID. Now it's left my brother. He still has some coughing, but both are recovering well. Pizza at night. No, doctor, don't tell me about pizza. I'm hungry. Don't talk about food, please. I'm hungry. My stomach's growling, actually. It's too lazy to go out. No delivery at us. Yes, definitely there's no delivery at this hour. But Stop distracting me. Okay, I'm going to talk about the last thing that the community guidelines has apparently thrown away, quite literally, to the bottom of their priority. So if anyone doesn't know what content labeling is, well, I would just read this two sentence for content labeling. I'm so angry. You are expected to accurately label your content to the best of your ability. When choosing a category or tag, please choose whichever best describes your content. They totally removed everything about content labeling. Jake, Nasikanda is open, by the way. No! I said, please, stop. Doctor, please stop. Macaroni, casserole, sushi burger. I'm definitely going to, after this stream, definitely going to get something to eat. I'm going to cook some instant noodles at least. Okay, yeah, so for context, right? For people who don't understand why I'm angry with content labeling in this state, which is because previously, all right, there was this controversy happening. There was this problem with Twitch happening, is that they had all these fixed tags for people to put in their streams, right? So if let's say your content is mainly ASMR, then you put a tag ASMR, so that when people search for streams and they will search for ASMR, they will find your stream. So that's how tags work in the past. But now Twitch has changed its tag system to be, just write whatever you like and that will be your tag. That's the solution for them, for a controversial thing that happened, which is a lot of non-VTubers used the VTuber tag for their streams because they knew, right? They knew that the VTubers were trending at that time. They are becoming more famous. They are becoming more popular. VTubers are becoming more popular, and a lot more people are searching for VTubers. There's still quite a lot of those. Yes. You wonder why, right, Doctor? You wonder why there's still a lot of those people. Which, well, yeah. So a lot of VTubers made a lot of noise against Twitch. But apparently, you know what Twitch's response is? We can't control this. We can't do anything. But we in the future will implement something that is going to help everyone, right? In the past, community guidelines wasn't like this. They are how do you say, sentence, they are enforcement in regards to their guidelines in regards to content labeling was that if someone was mislabeling them, intentionally mislabeling and abusing the tags, they are in violation of the community guidelines. But now they totally don't say anything. They totally remove that part. They just say, you are expected to accurately label your content, and that's it. That's it. Nothing about misuse, nothing about abusing tag labeling. They didn't even put any consequences for using incorrect labeling. Yes, previously they even say that, like, you shouldn't be shouldn't misuse, you shouldn't abuse the labeling system. But now, do your best to choose the tags, to write the tags. Really, it's not a matter of choosing tags, right? It's just a matter of writing the tags, because you can make any tags now that best describes your content. Yeah, so it's not a solution at all. The problem still persists, as I guess what Doctor is saying. A lot of people are still using the VTuber tag when they are not a VTuber. So, yeah. And it's unfortunate, but it just shows that our voice is not being heard. Our voice is not being recognized. Thousands of YouTubers were making noise on this, but you see, I feel like it has been swept below the rug or something like that, right? And part of it is also a lot of YouTubers don't show concern as well with this thing. But I digress. It's been a few months already. I don't see anything that is happening on Twitter, at least raising this issue again. Maybe there is, but it's not being popularized, or it's not trending. Man, I'm so hungry. I ate a block of raw tofu straight from Nemo. I don't know if that's safe or not, but I hope nothing happens tomorrow. Yeah, it's a bit concerning. Well, yeah, I have no idea how to. I made a video specifically talking about it, talking about the problems with content labeling, misusing it. But you know, now that you can't even say like there's previously at the least, all right, at least you can report misuse of content labeling. But now if you try reporting it, it's not gonna be. They can't just Twitch is just can tell you they tried their best to, you know, label, and it's up to them to decide if it's this best describes what their content is. So out of our discretion, really, they just literally told the VTubers, you know, bye bye. That's your problem, not our problem. What's the point of tags really right now, right? Even if I label myself as VTuber, like right now, I believe, yeah, I labeled myself as VTuber. What's the purpose? It doesn't mean anything, right? Anyone can be a VTuber, even if they are not a VTuber. You're fine for now, that is. I did, bruh, rip Nemo. I did quite a lot, but I'm fine, I think. There you go. I'm not weird, right? Well, it's unconventional to eat raw tofu, but maybe it's fine. Maybe. I think it's alright to eat as long as it's stored properly. I guess. Just not sure. I mean, it's technically cooked. Well, quote unquote cooked. But anyhow, that's the last bit of the community guidelines. And yeah, I'm very certain it's been shortened. And I managed to finish the entire thing in one session. Is because I've skipped a few things, but I would say again, probably they've shortened a lot of things. They've streamlined a lot of things. Like all the examples they've put in one page as well. Well, the thing is, tofus on our country is like super not safe. Sometimes they are like literally carried behind a pickup, open up and exposed to the elements, rain and dust included. So Nemo, you knew all these things, yet you've decided to eat raw tofu. You don't have anything else to. Instant noodles isn't that expensive, right? Oh shit, in Europe they are really strict with all storage and delivery stuff. Well, Dr. Southeast Asia are mostly third world countries. Food safety is a list of our concerns. That said, I do hope Malaysia is at least has some decency, has some protection in regards to food safety. Eat extra protein of that. But eating noodles at this time is not good for your health. I don't know. Better than eating raw tofu, right? Man, nah. Well, that's it. I will be eating instant noodle myself right after this stream, which is now almost. So, does anyone have any questions? Probably not, right? Probably not. Let me check Teleno meme.